Sorry for the dramatic beginning. Hi, everyone. I just want to make a start because it's time to start right now. So thanks, everyone, for being here. And we are calling to order this regular meeting of the Albany Unified School District Board of Education. Today is October 14th, and it is 6 p.m. Could we please have a roll call to establish quorum?
Yes. Student Trustee Chodok will be a little late. Student Trustee Shepard? Here. Trustee Boyd?
Here.
Trustee Anklis?
Here.
Trustee Khan?
Here.
Vice President Mahoney?
Here.
President Hopwood?
Here.
Superintendent Stone?
Here.
And now we will have our foundational commitments, mission statement, and meeting norms, and Student Trustee Shepard will read those. Thank you.
Mission statement. The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment addressing the individual needs of each student. Meeting norms. Maintain a focus on what is best for our students. Ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully. Endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs in what is best for our students. Make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind, while others are allowed to express their own points of view, even if one disagrees.
Thank you. And now moving on to item C, which is approval of the October 14th, 2025 meeting agenda. Anybody like to move to approve today's agenda?
I move to approve the agenda from October 14th, 2025.
I second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So that motion passes, and we're now moving on to the Pledge of Allegiance, which Vice President Mahoney will start us off.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of our nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now we're moving on to our review and action items, the first of which is resolution number 2025-2605, supporting the City of Albany's proclamation of United Against Hate Week, October the 19th to the 25th, 2025. Now, are we having students read this out? Visiting students or our student board member? Oh. Yeah. So we have, are you guys here to read out the? No, okay. No, Student Trustee Shepard, would you mind? We can actually do that. We could just work down the line here.
Resolution number 2025-26-05, supporting the City of Albany's proclamation of United Against Hate Week. Whereas since 2017, there has been a troubling rise in ideologies and acts of hatred, intimidation, and violence that seek to divide our communities, and
Whereas attacks on Black and African American people, Indigenous people, members of the Asian American Pacific Islander community, Muslims, immigrants, people of color, women, Jewish people, members of the Southwest Asian and North African Swana community, the LGBTQIA+ community, and our most vulnerable have become more frequent, resulting in an increase in hate crimes and the spread of xenophobic and extremist rhetoric. And
whereas places of worship, including synagogues, churches, mosques, and temples, as well as schools, community centers, and workplaces of all kinds, have been targeted by those espousing hatred. And
whereas in 2018, in response to these events, the City of Berkeley created the Berkeley Stands United Against Hate campaign, which was adopted by the City of Albany and many other Bay Area communities, providing a unifying and hopeful beacon declaring our shared values of equity, inclusion, and belonging. And
whereas United Against Hate Week has become a regional movement to respond to division and bigotry, promote education and compassion, and reaffirm our commitment to a community where all people feel safe and respected. And
whereas this year's United Against Hate Week will take place October 19 to 25, 2025, with events focused on community building, fostering understanding across differences, and empowering young people to be leaders in creating a more just and inclusive world.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Albany Unified School District Board of Education proudly supports the City of Albany's proclamation of October 19th, 2025 as United Against Hate Week, and
Be it further resolved that Albany Unified School District will encourage and support appropriate educational and community events during United Against Hate Week. And, oh, that's a tricky one. And throughout, okay, I was going to try. Okay, and throughout the school year that promote equity, inclusion, peace, and belonging for all students and families.
Thank you. And so we will take a roll call vote. First of all, we'll move to adopt this resolution. Anybody like to move to do that?
I move to adopt resolution number 2025-26-05.
I second.
Now we'll take a roll call.
Okay. Student trustee Shepherd,
yes.
trustee Boyd,
Yes.
trustee Inglis,
Yes.
trustee Khan,
Yes.
vice president Mahoney,
Yep.
president Hopwood.
Yes, and so that is adopted unanimously. Thank you. And we are now going to move on to our next. Ooh. Oh, I'm so sorry. Doing it now? Okay.
We can leave a stack at the back, it's fine, okay.
Thanks, everyone. Okay, back to our agenda. So now the review and action item B is resolution number 2025-2606, proclaiming October 12th to the 18th, 2025, the week of the school administrator. The purpose of this resolution is to recognize the annual week of the school administrator, honoring the leadership, dedication, and contributions of Albany Unified School District's administrators who support student success and school excellence. We have the resolution here. Should we do the same as before and just work down? We can start with our student board member, Kodak.
Yes.
So you can just start on reading. We're going to
Okay,
read
yes.
the resolution.
Sorry.
No worries.
I literally just got here. I'm
I
sorry.
know. Sorry, I didn't let you catch your breath. Yeah, we're just going to do each whereas, and we'll
Yeah,
just
sure.
on each.
Got you. Whereas leadership matters for California's public education system and the more than 6 million students it services, and
Whereas school administrators are passionate, lifelong learners who believe in the value of quality public education, and
Whereas the title school administrator is a broad term used to define many education leadership posts. Superintendents, assistant superintendents, principals, assistant principals, special education, curriculum and assessment leaders, school business officials, classified leaders, and all school district directors are considered administrators. And
Whereas providing quality leadership and service for student success is paramount for the profession. And
Whereas public schools operate with lean management systems across the nation, public schools employ fewer managers and supervisors than most public and private sector industries, and
Whereas school leaders depend on a network of support from school communities, fellow administrators, teachers, parents, students, businesses, community members, board trustees to promote ongoing student achievement and school success, and
Whereas the state of California has declared the second full week of October as the week of the school administrator in Education Code 44015.1, and
whereas the future of California's public education system depends upon the quality of its leadership,
therefore be it resolved that the governing board of trustees of the Albany Unified School District proclaims October 12th through 18th, 2025 to be the week of the school administrator.
be it further resolved that the governing board of trustees of the Albany Unified School District encourages all members of our community to join with it in personally expressing appreciation to our administrators for their leadership, dedication, and devotion to their work.
thank you. And now, would you like to move to adopt this resolution?
I move to adopt resolution number 2025-26-06.
I'll second the motion.
And a roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Chodak,
yes.
student trustee Shepherd,
Yes.
trustee Boyd,
Yes.
trustee Inglis,
yes,
trustee Khan,
Yes.
Vice President Mahoney,
Yes.
President Hopwood.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. So that is adopted unanimously. And now we will move on to spotlights and recognitions. And actually, it's a new feature of our agenda is staff recognition. So we're launching a new program honoring one certificated and one classified employee each month.
So first I want to say that every single employee, many of them are in this room, are honored and do an incredible job each and every day to support our students and our families and our community. And so we wanted to make sure that we started to have little snapshots into the incredible hard work that our certificated and classified staff do each and every day. And we launched kind of a nominate, share, and recognize one another. And we had 57 nominations, and we're just doing a kind of a drawing of those names because each and every one is so special. And I'm very excited to announce that Julie Dawson, who works as our behavior analyst, was drawn as our certificated employee, and Laura Garriguez, I hope I'm not butchering that, our Spanish 8th grade teacher, was nominated as our certificated employee. And I want to read a little bit about what was said about them. Julie Dawson is a grounding force that is able to redirect teams to focus on the needs of students. She has a strong knowledge of special education practices, especially as it relates to the least restrictive environment and working to develop skills needed for independence and inclusion. She is a knowledge holder and invests in staff so that there may be ongoing consistency and support for students. Another person wrote, I would like to acknowledge Julie Dawson, behavior analyst, in recognition of her tireless commitment and exceptional work ethic. She consistently goes above and beyond, not only to support students, but also to serve as a vital resource for the entire district. Her insight and encouragement play a key role in strengthening our special education team. Through ongoing collaboration with teachers, administrators, and supportive and support staff. She helps foster and build positive behavior supports that contribute to the supportive learning environment for students. Her training and coaching are consistently available to special education staff and beyond, ensuring the effective and consistent implementation of behavior intervention plans. She is always open to collaborating with educators to build positive behavior interventions and supports. Her dedication has helped create a more effective, inclusive environment that supports the success of all learners. So I want to recognize Julie. Unfortunately, she's unable to be here tonight. She's actually in the middle of traveling still, but just wanted to highlight that. And again, so many people, staff every day, are going above and beyond and doing this incredibly hard work. And for our Spanish teacher, Laura, Miss G has a deep passion for educating her students. Her care, compassion, and dedication to every single one of her students is palpable. Her commitment to the education and well-being of the whole student is inspirational. And so we actually have a little something that we'll give them, but, and again, this is just one glimpse into the incredible community of staff and teachers that we have in this district. And so this is what we'll be giving them.
Thank you, and congratulations to both Julie and Laura as our first honorees. So we are now going to move on to item 4, which is our general public comment period. So if you would like to make a comment, please approach the podium, and you'll have 2 minutes per speaker.
When do I start? Okay. Hello, I'm Isabella, freshman at Albany High School. I want to use this time to address the silencing community at the school. For myself and many of my friends, we've been constantly shut down and face consequences for trying to voice our concern and spread awareness about the genocide Israel is committing in Gaza. Students and families are grieving and terrified about their families in Palestine, and the school fails to address and support students time and time again. One of the most recent events was the cancellation of the Parseo anti-Semitism training that my group has been pushing for. There's been no acceptable explanation behind this cancellation, and the only conclusion I can come to is that it was canceled due to the fact that the training makes it clear to separate Jewish culture from Zionism, and that it does not support genocide. It is absolutely absurd and very upsetting to me and my fellow classmates and teachers that it was so abruptly canceled. I have had multiple of my teachers express confusion and anger in regards to the cancellation. This training needs to be reinstated. The school has made it very clear that they do not support discussion of Palestine and refuse to acknowledge the facts of the situation. I've had many personal experiences with this matter, including finding insanely racist and Islamophobic vandalism in the school bathroom, saying things like, "Anyone who says free Palestine is a dead man." Upon reporting the hate speech, it was erased from the bathroom and sent to the interim superintendent sent an email to the whole district saying that I was lying and that there was never any graffiti in the bathroom. They failed to acknowledge that the vandalism was blatantly racist against Palestinians and terrifying for a student to see. This is not the environment that a school should hold. This event took place while I was a student at Albany Middle School, and from what I've seen, the high school is not any better. Reinstate the Parseo training. Make school an environment where students actually feel safe and supported, because right now it's far from that. Thank you for your time, and free Palestine.
Thanks for your comment. Next speaker.
My name is Tenzin, and I go to Albany High School. I'm tired of seeing my teachers hesitate to speak about matters that should be addressed at school. When someone even mentions the word Palestine, they always dance around the subject rather than addressing it in a neutral way that would educate the students. Without proper education from trusted sources like our teachers, young minds can be influenced by media that spreads misinformation and disinformation about topics that are very prevalent to our lives. And when we see our teachers hesitate to speak about controversial topics, it makes us want to close up ourselves. And the more we ignore it, the more we get desensitized to it.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt just for 1 second. So this portion of the meeting is for matters not on the agenda. And so we actually have policy number 6144, which is our controversial issues policy is coming up later for discussion, for board discussion on our agenda. So we can't really have, if we're going to be talking generally about controversial issues and how the district handles it, this is not a topic we can talk about now, because this is just for matters not on the agenda. So I hate to cut you off, because we really do value having student voices, but yeah, no, I know, but I'm saying it would be remiss of me if I didn't actually mention the fact that this is actually for matters not on the agenda, and this is actually an agenda item. Can they speak during the agenda item? Absolutely, yes. So that's my point, is that we'd love to have your comments. We'll be getting to that part of the agenda, and so then you're very welcome to make public comment on that. Sorry, say one more time. You mentioned just now controversial issues, which is exactly the agenda item.
No, I didn't.
Okay, but also the previous speaker also talked about cancellation of the Paseo training, which is something that in fact is again part of the controversial issues. So we welcome student voice, as I've said, but it's just a contravention of the Brown Act if we don't adhere to that. No, but we're in the broader discussion about controversial issues in the agenda packet. Yes, it's actually, well, it's part of the topic. It's part of the topic, yes. So I'm just saying, technically, yeah, so we can't do that. So it's not my preference. It's just the law. The Brown Act is what we're trying to actually be adhering to. So if you wouldn't mind just waiting until we reach that part of the agenda, we would really love to have your comment there.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, because it's not, I would much prefer not to have to do that. Okay, so are there any other speakers? Yeah, for items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patty. I'm a fourth grade teacher at Cornell, and I'm here to speak on behalf of our wonderful specialist teachers. We're very blessed at the elementary level to have art teachers, science teachers, PE teachers, music teachers, and fabulous librarians. Currently, they each get 90 minutes of prep time a week, and the amazing curriculum that they're putting together and the hard work that they're doing is not adequate prep time for them to continue at this pace. Their jobs have become much more involved and involve a lot more, and the prep time is just not adequate. And it pains me because I know what amazing educators they are and how hard they work and how much they want to be the best. I have seen them staying late. I have seen them coming in on weekends. And I want to advocate very strongly for them to have as much planning time as possible to prep the materials that are needed for engaging lessons for our students. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jess Friedman. I'm a fourth grade teacher at Ocean View Elementary, and I wanted to voice my support as well for specialist prep time. Moving forward, specialists have to teach all grades at our school, which for some specialists is new, especially science prep teachers. With the changes happening this year, I believe that specialists need the same prep time that homeroom teachers get, which, you know, right now it feels like they're not able to fulfill the vision for their classrooms with the limited amount of prep time that they get. Also, in terms of class sizes, where I want to advocate for smaller class sizes so that teachers can build stronger connections with their students, provide more one-on-one and small group learning in an environment where all students feel seen and heard by their students. On the same topic of teachers having classroom environments that are productive for students, teachers need higher pay. We're living in the Bay Area, and our pay does not reflect the larger pay of people who live in this Bay Area system. It's pretty transparent that we are paid less. So let's value education, public education, and pay our teachers more. And yeah, and I would love to speak on controversial issues as a fourth grade teacher later, and I just wanted to voice my support for all students, and it feels empowering to be up here and in community in Albany. Yeah, I grew up in AUSD, and it was always a powerful experience to have a student voice, and as a teacher voice, I just want to channel that and really, yeah, voice that.
Hi, my name is Jared Law. I'm from AMS. I wanted to come up to speak primarily about class sizes. Last year, myself and many of my coworkers were in like ultra overage, where we actually went beyond the contractual level that we were able to go beyond our overage and had to negotiate extra overage because we started the year already jam-packed, even though we had asked for more FTE. And that really impacted not just teacher working conditions, but also student learning conditions. Now you can imagine we are serving a diverse population of students. We're trying to serve our students who are really excelling. We're trying to serve our students who are struggling. We're trying to serve our students with special needs. And we have this huge population to care for. And it can be really hard when you have a class that's packed 33 students to a room where you're supposed to have a paraeducator, but since we don't have people who give paraeducator coverage when paraeducators are sick, now our paras are wonderful educators, but they are not always, you know, they're human beings. They're not always going to be able to be well and able to be in the classroom every single day. So you can imagine that with 32, 33 students in a room, that we're not able to provide them the education that we would like to be able to provide them when we're in ultra overage or when our classes are so jam-packed. So that's one thing that teachers really advocate for basically every time we go to bargaining, that I really think also, you know, this is something that we should all be on a team together trying to get, is lower class sizes, because it benefits our students. I also would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to the wonderful students who showed up here today to speak out. And so, yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rachel Stern. I'm a parent at Marin Elementary of a first grader and a fourth grader. And I wanted to bring up a topic that I wish was on the agenda, which is win time, which is what I need time. I don't know if it's something the board is paying attention to or not. From my perspective as a parent, the way the policy was rolled out and the transparency and accountability surrounding it is totally unacceptable. What it is a major curricular change from our perspective. It's a change, somewhere between 30 minutes and an hour every day. It used to be instructional time and is now supposed to be differentiated education. I don't doubt the dedication of the teachers at all, many of whom are in the classroom. My own daughter's first grade teacher is here. But I've been in correspondence with the superintendent and been unable to get answers to really basic questions like what got cut in the curriculum to create win time. Is win time going to be evaluated? By who? At what point? In what way? I'm concerned about it. I don't doubt that the implementation is going as well as it possibly can be, but at least in the classrooms that my kids are involved in, it's been a little rocky so far. It's been a lot extra iPad time, extra time for projects, where maybe we didn't need extra time for projects. And it's, again, a major curricular change deserves full-throated acknowledgement, recognition, transparency, and accountability with everyone in our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Wiley, and I am a fifth grade teacher at Cornell. I was not planning on coming up and speaking, but I felt compelled to after the parent that spoke before me. I was actually retired last year, and I luckily get to come back one day a week this year. And so this new program and schedule is very new to me. But I come with this baggage, if you will, or just experience of 30 years teaching fifth grade. And I have to say, I am deeply concerned about the schedule where we have one less hour a day with our students to teach curriculum that we are mandated by the state to teach. And what that essentially means is that we have 3.5 hours per day to teach reading, math, writing, social studies, social emotional learning, time with our buddies, assessing students, and we simply are unable to teach what we are mandated to teach. I feel like we are doing a disservice to our students. I want to make it clear all of us care deeply about making sure that every student is meeting grade level standards. We work tirelessly to try to do that. But I am worried that this is going to impact every student's ability to learn optimally and for us to do our jobs. I worry that at the end of this year, every single student is going to have a deficit, and that is a circle and a spiral that goes on to middle school and high school because they haven't gotten that. The other thing I have to say is that I have been so proud to be a teacher in Albany and have my daughter go through Albany schools that teaches deep critical thinking, and we go deep. We are not able to even hit the surface of curriculum because we're having to rush through, and where we used to have hour-long periods, we now have 45-minute periods. We can't teach the curriculum. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Zayana Tesh Saeed. I'm a freshman at the high school, and before I go any further, I am Muslim, but I would like to intend no bias for my speech. In my 7th grade year, there was a teacher who was new to our school, but a lot of us got close to over time. In May 2024, she was on the announcements saying our daily announcements and ended with the words "Free Palestine." I was proud that someone was finally speaking up about what everyone wouldn't, but after that week, I was looking for her, and it wasn't until a couple weeks later when I found out a few kids had reported her to the office saying that what she said was anti-Semitic. The topic of Palestine and the war should not be a hush topic. Students should be able to talk about what's happening in the world without fear of social bridges getting burned. Same goes for teachers. They should be able to teach topics without fear of retaliation. The truth is what's happening in the Middle East is real. If teachers don't educate us on what's happening, we'll learn this through misinformation, especially with the growing of AI and social media. I think that every student should get the same education about what's happening. It doesn't need to come down to opinions, it needs to come down to facts. I would also like to share a personal experience of my own. Last year, I started wearing my hijab to school with pride. I was so excited to show off my religion to the world. There was a group of younger boys who thought it was funny to mock me repeatedly and told me to go back where I came from, which I thought was weird since I lived in the Bay since I was a few months old. And before that, I lived in Texas. Sorry. When I asked them where I should go, they said that I should go back to Palestine. I was confused since I'm not Palestinian at all. When I asked them why, one of them muttered that I'm dirty and I should deserve to die like one of them. Sorry. Not giving the people the proper education can lead to racism and bullying in the future. I don't want others to have to go through the same things I had. I think everyone should get education on this topic. Thank you.
I'm Carrie Dunnigan. We're in school. I just wanted actually to add, well, actually to everybody's comments, which were wonderful, and to something Rachel said about buy-in, which is, it would have been really nice to have the teacher buy-in to all of this. When we say there's been a lot of chaos and there's been no collaboration, we're not just saying that. When somebody puts out statements saying we are collaborating, that doesn't make it real. It just doesn't. And we're trying to tell you it hasn't been happening. We're frustrated. Morale is low. The specialists are being treated really unfairly, and we're really upset about that. And I just, obviously I could say so much more. What's going on? And Rachel was also speaking to it rolling out smoothly. It hasn't rolled out smoothly, and it's taken the teachers having to put in countless hours to sort of plug in the holes and try to fix things that aren't working, and this never had to happen. We could have had time to talk about this, meet, discuss, and it's really disappointing.
Thanks for your comments. Does anybody else have a comment for matters not on the agenda? If you do, please approach the podium. I'm not. Oh, yes, I am. Go right ahead.
Hi, everybody. My name is Amber. I'm an Albany parent. Y'all need to bring the Zoom back so that we can have more accessibility to this. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Anybody else for public comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any more, so we're now going to move on to item 5, which is the reports section, and we start with our student board member reports.
At Albany High School, homecoming has officially started. Prelims for girls flag football, boys dodgeball, and co-ed tug-of-war are this week during lunch. Finals of the games and Spirit Day start next week with the homecoming dance next Saturday night. Homecoming is a really important event at the high school, and it raises class and school spirit, and also it's just a fun way to take a break from academics.
Additionally, the student trustees attended the first Math Vision Team meeting last Wednesday, where participants went over their own experiences with math and set expectations for the year. And we're currently in the planning phase for hosting an event to collect student feedback on mathematics education at Albany High School.
That concludes our report.
Thank you. And so now we will move on to our Labour partner reports. Does anybody from our Labour partners have a report? Great.
I don't want to, I'm not going to say much. I think this kind of speaks for itself tonight. Everyone's showing up here on bargaining eve, and we're looking forward to another session tomorrow where we'll be working, hopefully with you, together to move towards fully staffing our schools, improving educator pay, and creating stability for students and communities, and we're looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And now we have our superintendent report.
I actually don't have a prepared report tonight because I'm going to be doing the controversial issues, and I also presented to our staff, but I do want to appreciate teachers for being here today. It does matter, and I appreciate hearing your voices, and I'm looking forward to our negotiations as well. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. And now we have our board committee updates. If anyone has an update from any board committees.
Just a quick update on the Special Education Committee. We had a wonderful meeting, and I want to give extra kudos to Brian and Gabe for leading the paraeducator trainings, which were very well received, and there was very positive feedback, and I want to just give them their flowers for rolling that out and having such positive response so early in the school year. The committee members also talked about ways to make certain special education events more accessible, or just creating more events. And so we're looking forward to brainstorming and working with parents to roll out like coffee with Brian and other forums. We're also talking to PTAs about hosting an IEP/504 parent education night. So we're looking forward to these events as they roll out. That is all.
I can give a little bit of an update on the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee. I want to say thanks to the members of the committee. We got a quorum, which is great. Our main focus was submitting a bond capacity waiver. As I think most people know, we raised a bunch of money through Measure L, and in order to execute on that, we're going to need to get a waiver from the state. That's going to come before the board later this year for us to approve. Also, shout out that we've got some vacancies on that committee. We still need a business community representative. We need a senior citizens organization representative and a public at-large community representative. So if anybody's out there is remotely interested, feel free to come talk to me or to come join us for this important work.
Thank you. And just briefly for the Board Policy Committee, we've been reviewing recent CSBA recommended changes to our existing board policies. We're looking at new ones, and one of them that we are discussing as well is 6144, which is coming up for discussion shortly by the board. We just thought that warranted a full board discussion rather than just in committee. And our next meeting will be, I think, next month in November. And that's it for the committee reports. And now we have board member reports. So anybody, Trustee Boyd, do you have any other report?
I don't have a report. I'm new again, but I'll just take this time to really honor and appreciate the students for being here tonight.
I have a few high school announcements besides homecoming. The PTSA is hosting or starting the Reflections Art Contest again, which they did last year. And we sent or had 5 or 6 students win at the state and national level. So you have until October 27th to submit entries, and I think it covers 5 or 6 different art mediums. The Amazing Music Program, which I think is phenomenal, had their Coffee House Choir Variety Show in September. So if you didn't see it this year, definitely try to see it in the future. It is amazing. The PTAs and School Care and AEF have been sort of informally collaborating, and I've been working with them as well as another parent just to see if we can couple different things, coordinate across the different PTAs in the different schools, work on communication across all those different areas, help create some clarity around donations. We know that you guys get a lot of information about who to donate to, where the money's going, et cetera. So I just wanted to give everyone a heads up that that's happening. And if you haven't joined your local PTA, I encourage you to do it, or donate to School Care and AEF. And finally, I just want to say thank the high school teachers and counselors, because right now we are in the middle of college applications. So to the parents and the seniors and the teachers who are supporting all of those students and the counselors, thank you, because it is a pretty stressful time.
I actually left my board reports at home, so but I attended a number of events and committees and whatnot, but the ones that I do remember off the top of my head is Familias Latinas had a really well-attended Hispanic/Latin Heritage Month celebration at AMS, and then also we're planning the Fall Festival for Ocean View. If you come to the Fall Festival, you may have a chance to throw a pie at either myself, Vice President Mahoney, or Superintendent Stone, as we raise funds for Ocean View's PTA. SWANA is hosting an ice cream social, I think, next Friday at 5:30 at Cornell. And then the AAPI Parent Engagement Group is hosting a fall mixer, same time as the Fall Festival. So try to stop by to both events if you can. And lastly, I also want to appreciate the students for being out here and sharing their voice with us tonight.
I just recently got back from Vermont. I was there visiting my daughter in college. We were flying back from Burlington via Newark, and there's bad weather in New Jersey, and things were delayed. We were delayed in leaving Vermont, and Vermont's a little tiny plane that flies out of Burlington that flies to Newark. And we had a tight connection, and I was definitely pretty worried we were going to miss our flight from Newark back to SFO. But then something a little bit different happened. Before we boarded, due to limited overhead space, they made the requisite ask for people to gate check their bags. And rather than just ask the people in groups 4, 5, or 6 to check their bags, she asked for people who did not have a connection to check their bag. And then, lo and behold, a bunch of people went up to the counter to check their bags. Because we've all been in that situation where we've got a tight connection and having our bag available was critical. And I was struck by the situation, the thoughtfulness of the request, generosity of understanding from fellow passengers. I thought about why this small act of kindness just happened. I think it's because we've all been there. We've all walked a mile, more than a mile, in other people's shoes in this sort of situation. So thinking about the district, I think we can gain more understanding, empathy, and kindness if we try to walk a mile in other people's shoes. Knowing everyone in the district is under constraints, wants what's best for kids. It can really change how we view one another if we're leading with positive assumptions. And in case you're curious, I made it here, so I made our connection.
That's great, thank you. So Cornell has a lot going on this month. It's October for sock donations. It has the Pumpkin Patch, which is the biggest fundraiser. There's movie night coming up. So I'm sure that anybody with children at Cornell receives the brilliant Cornell Chronicles. So just pay attention to that. It has all the information. Just want to also welcome Trustee Boyd back. This is not her first meeting. We had a special meeting a couple of weeks ago, but we're so happy that you're here. Thank you. And that's kind of it for me. Oh, one other thing actually is I've also really appreciated, we've been switching up our meetings with the superintendent recently where we do site walkthroughs as part of our one-on-one meeting. And so far I've had the opportunity to visit the middle school for the first time in a number of years since my kids were there, and some classrooms there, which was wonderful. And then also Marin School. And I'm looking forward to my next site visit, which is Ocean View. So really appreciate we've kind of switched things up a little bit, and it's super helpful to see the kind of policies that we discuss here at the board level actually in action at the schools. So I appreciate all of you, and I appreciate you all for being here tonight. Thank you. And also our students, thank you for coming. So that's the end of our report section. And so now we're going to move on to discussion items, which is the discussion of Board Policy 6144, controversial issues. So we'll have our board discussion, and then we'll open up for public comment, and we'd love you guys to come and give us your comments then, if that's okay. Thank you. So how do we want to kick this off? I can go. Okay. So I'm just going to read the background information here. So this discussion invites the board to review Board Policy 6144, controversial issues, instruction, and provide direction on strengthening AUSD's approach to sensitive classroom topics. In light of recent national and global events, the goal is to ensure clear, consistent guidance for staff to navigate complex issues with neutrality, care, and confidence, supporting student safety, belonging, and trust across all schools. It is recommended that the Board of Education hold a discussion to provide guidance to staff on how the district can ensure that conversations about controversial or sensitive topics keep student safety, belonging, and trust at the center.
Thank you, President Hopwood. So tonight, as we mentioned, we're going to be speaking on Board Policy 6144, which is controversial issues policy. I'm aware that this is something that has been brought to the board prior to my superintendency, and there is actually a new law, which we'll talk about during this presentation today, that is asking us actually to go back and relook at this board policy again. Next slide, please. So tonight, the goal is to review as much as we can around our current context, do a little bit of a review of the board policy itself, but really discuss the challenges and responsibilities that we're facing as a district, the challenges and responsibilities that teachers also have expressed that they're facing. And I'm excited that there are students here today who are going to be able to share more about the challenges that they are seeing and the hopes. And the goal is to seek board guidance on our next steps, given the community concerns and the current context that we're in. So as mentioned by President Hopwood, why this matters now, national and global conflicts are increasingly showing up, more and more ever than in the 33 years that I've been an educator. And they're showing up not only in our classrooms, but across our city and in our school communities. And students' sense of safety, trust, and belonging is directly impacted by how schools navigate these issues. Staff and leaders need clear, consistent guardrails to respond with confidence, neutrality, and care. Next slide. So we haven't yet adopted this officially as our mission and vision, but during the board retreat on the 26th of August, the board put together some new language in our vision and mission. And so really what these are hopefully the scaffolding for how we are going to move forward when we think about things like controversial issues and how we create good decision making that is really supporting our students. So the vision, each and every student is empowered to realize their fullest potential, ready to lead, contribute, and thrive in an ever-changing world through the support of a diverse, engaged, and committed community. and then our mission to get there. Albany Unified School District provides an excellent public education that empowers every student to achieve their fullest potential. We honor the unique ways students learn and are committed to creating inclusive, supportive, and collaborative learning environments. By valuing individual strengths, celebrating differences, and fostering critical thinking, we ensure that every student is prepared to contribute to a just and hopefully joyful world and thrive as productive members of society. So what we know to be true in working with our students to prepare them for this complex world is we need to support critical thinking. Students need to practice evaluating evidence, considering perspectives, and forming reasoned conclusions. We need to help them to build empathy and respect through open dialogue, which fosters listening skills and understanding across differences. And the goal is to prepare them for civic life. We know that these complex issues that are happening right now across our globe are going to continue, and students need to know how to navigate those things. And we want students to consider how they're going to prepare for this as they move forward as leaders in this community. And we need to strengthen resilience. Students need to develop the capacity to engage productively, even when things are hard. So again, just in terms of what we need, the kinds of experiences we need to create, this actually comes from the Association of California School Administrators. There's a leadership magazine, and this actually comes from a recent magazine article. And it talks about how important it is to support students in navigating difficult conversations by centering the student's safety, belonging, and emotional well-being, that we ground things in evidence and data-informed decisions, that we're consistently upholding that equity-driven mindset, which is focused on inclusion and access for each and every student. Again, we're fostering critical thinking and inquiry, not indoctrination. We want our students to have all the information and make decisions for themselves. We want to promote transparency, active listening, and respectful dialogue. We want to create space for multiple perspectives, especially those who are often from historically marginalized communities. It's important to have norms for civility and really empower that empathy and curiosity in the conversation. And in order to do this, we need to support our staff with clear guidance and shared language, and we need to align those conversations with our educational mission and what we believe is the civic responsibility. So a definition of controversial issues. Controversial issues are topics that evoke strong feelings and divide communities. They can be local or global, and some are long-standing while others are more recent and are often complex and difficult to settle with evidence alone. Instructional practice and student engagement with controversial issues means that teaching controversial issues supports student engagement. It supports critical thinking and civic understanding. It's not just about advocating for a position, but helping students to be able to learn to think, question, and engage respectfully with diverse perspectives. Now, of course, there are places and spaces where when we're talking about controversial issues, it can actually start to feel like it's creating a lack of a sense of belonging, or even perhaps promoting hate. And so we want to be really careful that controversial issues, the center there, is where kind of both could be true at the same time, but the reality is we have to be able to have conversations about these complex issues and these controversial issues with our students in order for them to really be prepared for the world that we're sending them out into after graduation. So through some community concerns that have come through my email, conversations I've had directly with community, staff were asked about their challenges and their needs, and the district home office people have also talked about challenges and responsibilities. I'm not going to read through every single one of these things, but what I do want to say is I think ultimately what's the same across this is that we want to be able to have conversations about things that are hard without creating more harm and without creating a sense of fear in our staff and our leaders. It's very challenging because there is the reality of what is happening across our world right now, and people have their feelings about it, and our kids actually need a safe space to be able to make meaning of it and have conversations. We also have to be careful that we as adults are not sharing our own opinions and perhaps making students feel a certain kind of way, but we want students to have all the evidence in front of them and grapple and use their critical thinking skills to make their own meaning. I will say that the thing about this that I really want to pinpoint and highlight again is I've heard from staff, and I myself have felt this, stymied by this, unable to move forward because we're not sure how to do this in a way that's caring and respectful to our students, but also without us being kind of centered as we've done something wrong. And I've heard this from teachers, I've heard it from principals, and I myself have felt this. So really at the core is we need to be able to figure out how to do this without harming our students and without making things feel more harmful or discriminatory. We want to make sure that students have that sense of safety, belonging, and trust, and we don't want students to feel excluded or unsafe. We did hear in public comment earlier that this has already been an issue that students have felt. We need to shift that. So in a nutshell, board policy, administrative regulation 6144 talk about what we should do, how we can do it, give some ideas about the process. So if something seems like it's going to be controversial, teachers are supposed to have conversations with their supervisors, their administrators, make sure that it's gonna work work out not to be harmful, and then they have the go-ahead to create those lessons. One way that some superintendents might talk about this is if you just stick with the written curriculum, then you're going to avoid controversial issues. I have to say that that actually hasn't been my experience, because students are humans and they have questions and they have thoughts and they have ideas, and we can't just say, well, we're just sticking to the curriculum and shut students down. And so I think we need a little bit more about how do we have these conversations, how can we hold multiple truths at the same time, how can we support our students to do that, and how can we do it with care and humanity. And so we did try to draft an exhibit to kind of think about, okay, well, how can we do this in a way that's more collaborative across our community when we might have some sort of a speaker who's coming who might seem like they might be controversial, who might raise some questions. But I have to say, again, why I'm coming today to seek board guidance is I don't think it's good enough, and I don't think we've got it right. And I think that this policy in and of itself really needs to be looked at and drafted in a way that really matches the needs from a previous slide around what is it that our community is asking for, what is it that our teachers and our staff need, what is it that our home office needs to protect our teachers and our staff, and ultimately make things safe for kids. And I'm very excited and curious what kids have to say about this tonight. So again, this exhibit that we crafted, the idea is that we're ensuring that external guests who are going to, or partner organizations who are going to come into, do any kind of formalized learning experience with students directly, that we have a process for it. The intention of this exhibit wasn't to be around professional development, although I think that that is how it was maybe perhaps perceived. But this is really about if there's going to be a speaker coming and speaking directly to students, or if there's going to be some kind of experience that will impact students. And that said, I just want to name that I don't think that this is good enough or that it's hitting the mark. And just to give an example of a current controversial issue, so AB 715, which Governor Newsom passed last week, is anti-Semitism in schools legislation. It is, I think the intention behind it is to ensure that we are making sure that classrooms remain places of learning free from hate. And as with any law or policy, it's great, but the devil is in the details. And so this law doesn't actually give us a lot of information about how we can do it. The reason it's controversial because the language is really vague in the law. The conversation around academic freedom comes up, equity concerns. There are definitely organizations that are very anti this law. And we also have some advocacy groups who are, very for this and want to make sure that we're not creating spaces where anti-Semitism is in practice. And I don't think that we, in any way, shape, or form in this district want to see anti-Semitism or any kind of hate for any of our school or any of our communities. But there are some implications with this law. We have to go back to the policy. We have to figure out how we align with state guidance. And again, there isn't a lot of state guidance right now. We have to figure out how does this impact professional learning? How does it impact our curriculum? How does it impact our community engagement? And ultimately, how are we going to ensure that we have a process for this to, again, in my experience, we can hold two truths at the same time and feel equally committed to both of those truths. And so we really need to take some care with this. So tonight, I'm here to ask some questions of the board. Ultimately, the question I have is, how might the board guide the district to ensure that conversations about controversial or sensitive topics keep student safety, belonging, and trust at the center? We want to enable district leadership to be able to provide staff with the support and guidance they need to navigate the issues with confidence and neutrality and not feel like they can't. We want to establish clear principles and a process for vetting facilitators, maybe including professional learning content. It was brought up earlier that we paused the Parseo training specifically because we don't have enough language here for how to really make sure that whatever we're doing is not continuing to perpetuate harm, but is actually bringing the conversation to the forefront. And we want to foster inclusive engagement with our impacted communities. Would love to figure out how to communicate this in a way that builds trust, clarity, and shared purpose. And so I would love for the board to provide me with guidance and direction on how to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. So what we're going to do now is I will take questions, clarifying questions from the board, and then we will take public comment, because then we'd like to hear your opinions. So that will actually help inform our discussion, and then we will have the board discussion. Okay? So first of all, does anyone on the board have any questions for clarification, given what the superintendent has just presented? Student board members, do you have any questions for us or for the superintendent before we move on?
So would we be going over how we're going to be defining these vague terms, like you mentioned earlier, like what biased is or like what's non-biased? Because I also agree that these feel like such vague terms. Like they're like, how do you determine what's biased and what's not biased? Because as humans, we're all have our own biases, and so I'm kind of curious how we're going to be going around about managing that.
So I think that that's a really good point to make, and so this purpose of our discussion is to really be able to give the superintendent direction in terms of next steps. So that would be one piece to focus on perhaps at the district level, which is, we just need to clearly define terms, for example, right? Before we can consider how to move forward. So that's a good point. Anybody else on the board have questions for Trustee Boyd?
I'm not sure if it makes sense to ask this because we're kind of breaking apart like everything that we have in place right now. I think that's the goal, but I'm not sure if. So with the current policy, I think I saw something about outside speakers needing to like present both sides or present balanced, and I just wanted to understand if we're trying to keep that requirement or if that's just, if we're, again, just kind of looking to start fresh. Like, I don't know if it's worth it to ask what the current policy is meant to mean or if we're just kind of, creating, so it doesn't really matter. But that's a question I had.
Thank you, and I'll make a note, and I think that's something that we need to talk about in our discussion for sure.
Can I say a really quick thing that's not a question? These are incredibly difficult topics that are breaking down conversation among all groups of people that I am a part of, all levels of thought, all sorts of companions, etc. I really applaud us and honor what we're trying to do here tonight. I just want to remember that this is not just us having a hard time with these topics. This is the whole world having a hard time with all of these topics, and this topic in particular, I have never seen conversation break down in the way that it does around this topic in particular. So I want us to be better. I just want to acknowledge that we're not the only ones who are struggling with this.
I appreciate that comment, thank you. Does anybody in the board have, anyone else on the board have a clarifying question before we move on to public comment? No. Okay, so public comment. If you'd like to approach the podium, as you did before, that would be great, thanks, and we can, thank you.
Hi, I'm Callum. Wasn't really planning on talking, but I think it's important that staff knows that they can still present a sense of neutrality while still not neglecting the facts of what is happening in the world and what we know is happening. And that they could talk about this while being non-biased, but not sugarcoating and tiptoeing around the subject.
Good evening. My name is Mona Halaby. I'm a retired educator. Renowned American philosopher and psychologist John Dewey believed that the goals of education are to develop critical thinking, problem-solving skills, and social responsibility within a democratic classroom where students participate and learn through experience and collaboration. Therefore, I urge you to consider the importance of conversations about controversial, debatable issues by modeling for our students a respectful exchange of ideas and teaching them the skills of listening to others and dialoguing. By skirting polarizing debates, we are effectively modeling censorship, implicitly forbidding them from engaging with difficult opinions. Our unwillingness to address polarizing topics is in effect a loud, though unspoken, lesson to students. Censor your own views on anything controversial because it's dangerous to voice your opinions. A democracy relies on the capacity of its citizens to think critically, deliberate openly, and cooperatively solve shared problems. Without an education that cultivates these habits of mind, democracy will fail or be reduced to mere voting. Do we believe that learning to respect the perspectives, skills, and contributions of others are the essence of community life in a democracy? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amber. I'm an Albany parent. Palestine, I'm going to say it. We're all talking around it. Palestine. This is for Palestine. I know that this is broad about like controversial subjects, but I just want to name it because here in this district, we have seen parents sabotaging the work to try to advance what we're talking about here, what we want. And so I just want to say, I appreciate the work that the board has done. I appreciate the work that superintendent has done so far to like have these conversations. What in this is going to be done for the handful of parents who want to advance hateful agendas? How are we going to, we're not going to make them happy. You know, I have heard about parents bullying teachers at the schools, making them feel afraid to teach the truth. I can understand why. If I was a Zionist, I would want people to not know the truth, because the more you learn about it, the more wrong you see that it is. And the fact that they want our kids to not learn about it, I don't, it makes me very emotional. I also just want to say that if student safety is at the center, advancing trainings that make a clear distinction between Zionism and Jewishness actually will make the Jewish students safe. The bullying that happens is because people are not getting the information, and they're blaming Jewish students for a genocide that is being conducted with the support of our country by Israel. Students need to know this. Thank you. And teachers need to be supported in this. They shouldn't be afraid to teach the truth.
Hi, my name is Jared Law. I'm a teacher at AMS. I was pretty excited when I heard about the anti-Semitism training, because it's been something that everybody's been really discussing, and I was excited to see a training that might differentiate between, you know, anti-Semitism, which is something that is real and on the rise. I mean, Candace Owens' podcast is incredibly popular, for instance, and being against the actions of the state of Israel. Like, I think that those two things need to be things that we can really differentiate between. And then the day of the training, it was canceled, and then I found out that that was because of intervention of a parent group, and then I found out that elementary school fall fundraisers had been canceled because one of their vendors donated to Mecca, the Middle East Children's Alliance, and so this was really troubling to me. And so, you know, already there was a definite chilling on speech around this issue on campus, partially because of the sort of vague nature of the controversial topics resolution, but I felt like this put an even greater chill on it. The second thing that I want to emphasize is that, you know, as a U.S. history teacher, looking at the history of the United States, the U.S. legal system can, of course, be used to uplift and to create equality, but for just as much as it's been used for that, it's also been used to oppress, to deny people's ability to speak, and to center certain voices over other voices. And so I want us to really keep that in mind when we're thinking about how we navigate laws passed by the state of California. And if we think that the attacks on our schools and our ability to teach freely are going to end with this issue, I ask you to wake up to the world that we are currently in, because it is not going to end here. We are in a time in which the suppression of speech, especially speech that is aligned against sort of, you know, honestly, yeah, war-oriented, kind of like these kinds of, I guess, ideologies, is being increasingly suppressed.
I'm a fourth grade teacher, and thinking about the controversial issues, when I was in fourth grade, one of the most impactful parts of the curriculum at my school was current events, and it really opened my eyes as a reader. It built literacy for me, and it really helped me understand the world around me, which at the time was 2001. So, you know, teaching current events was something I was really excited about pursuing when I went into the profession 3 years ago as a fourth grade teacher. Now, when I was building my curriculum, that was around the time 3 years ago now that we were told that we had to seek admin support for controversial issues, and that was met with silence. So in order for a new teacher or any teacher to teach on controversial issues, we have to go up to the highest part of the school system and seek support, which, as you can imagine, can be fairly intimidating. And what I noticed is that neutrality without guidance and open dialogue was silence. So, you know, I also teach opinion writing. What is a age-appropriate opinion? How can it cross-reference with history? How early can critical thinking begin? I don't think that elementary, I mean, I wasn't asked about, specifically about my thoughts on controversial issues, but I love the history curriculum that we teach, but if it's not approached from the modern and from today, what is history? So, it's really hard for me to teach history at this moment, and I'd love to be able to teach current events, so yeah.
I'm back. Okay, wait, let me find my part, sorry. Okay, I'm just gonna pick up where I left off. Okay, so what he kind of said, when we see our teachers hesitate to talk about controversial topics, it makes us want to close up ourselves. My friend heard his teacher talk about Palestine, almost talk about Palestine, but he stopped himself and said, I don't think I can talk about this here. And the more we ignore it, the more we get desensitized to it. We always speak about never again, but when it's about Palestine, we forget the sentiment. What happened to my friend happens every day to people that go to my school, and she was brave enough to talk about it today. Imagine being in her shoes. Do you know how hate like that happens towards people like her and people that just go to Albany? Miseducation. Hate is taught. I want a safe classroom for every child. In this time in America, censorship is power over the people, and we need to combat that. The genocide is a historical topic, and I want teachers to teach it freely, neutrally, and truthfully on this. Thank you.
Hello again. What I wanted to say is, again, we need teachers to be talking about this. It's not just people, like-minded people like me, who want teachers to talk to this. I have an Israeli friend who is a Zionist, and she was like, we disagree on many things. She told me, she was like, yes, we need to be talking about this because everyone needs to learn, regardless of political views. It's really important. And right now we're not getting that. All the teachers, I have teachers who have said that they were afraid to talk about it in the classrooms, fear of getting fired. All of us remember we had a teacher who got fired because a club that she was sponsoring said Free Palestine in the announcements. This is unacceptable. We need teachers to talk about this. So, thank you.
I had a script. I was going to talk from a script, but hearing everyone now, I'm going to talk off script. And I want to talk about truth and facts, and there are two sides, etc., and it's hard, but it is not, because there are facts, and that's all we need to deal with. For example, I'm going to give you an example. Hamas is a terrorist organization. Now, if you can't leave it at that, you have to give the facts. And what are the facts? Our United States and about 9 other countries consider Hamas to be a terrorist organization. And then 180 other countries, in other words, the rest of the world and the United Nations do not say Hamas is a terrorist organization. These are facts. We have to talk about facts, okay? And talk about all the facts. For example, there is the United Nations Special Committee on Human Rights just concluded that Israel is committing genocide. That's a fact. There is no two sides to it. We have to talk about the facts. And it shouldn't be hard if we do that. And just one other thing about our disappointment with Parseo being canceled, the training. Parseo is a widely respected organization. In fact, just last month, the American Association of University Professors invited Parseo to lead a training on anti-Semitism at their national conference. So we're not just picking just a random group to come and talk with us. So let's just keep it simple. I think it should be, you should be able to do it. I think you educators are trained to do that properly.
Hi, my name is Laura Callan. I'm a Jewish parent of a junior at Albany High School. And I want to encourage the board to do the hard work that allows teachers and staff to offer education about Palestine and refuse to use anti-Semitism as a reason to silence it. Palestine needs to be taught because it is a people and a place in its own right, part of the human story, just like the story of Jewish people. And our students have also watched a genocide of Palestinian people on their phones for the last 2 years. It is unconscionable that their schools are not creating a place where they can learn about and discuss that with critical thinking and empathy. Teachers and administrators need training like Parseo, training that helps them teach about Palestine through a lens of collective liberation, because we are all interconnected. We have been, we are, we always will be, Israelis, Palestinians, and all other people. Training that explains why criticizing the state of Israel, its borders, its policies, its actions is not anti-Semitic. Training that offers a definition of anti-Semitism that would allow everyone to know when harm actually happens. Teaching our kids about difficult topics is possible. As a member of the Lishan Nation Curriculum Collective, which schools in Albany are involved in, I know our schools are capable of handling topics and the teaching of oppression and genocide and profound differences between peoples. And there are many groups with extensive experience and expertise who can advise you, many community members who want to engage, and these incredible, courageous students who are telling us what we actually need to do right now. Thank you.
Good evening, Albany School Board members and Superintendent. Thank you for the work you do acting as a community voice for public education. My name's Jackie, and I'm an Albany citizen. As a lifelong California public school teacher, I'm very interested in transparency and open environment in Albany schools where I live. I talk with neighbors, teachers, friends who have an interest in our students' education. I worry in the present environment about curriculums, trainings, and other mediums that strive for truth being shut down without explanation in Albany School District. Shocking. One example would be a student store at Ocean View School, elementary school. The store operated for 10 years. It raised funds for the neighborhood school. Having students run a store has many skills to offer them. How could this be shut down? I want to know from you how this was shut down. Another example I heard of was a last-minute canceling of a teacher training that would have addressed the present moment of truth between Palestine and Israel. From experience, teachers' trainings are invaluable so that teachers of all ages can navigate through the historical times we live in. I would like to ask you a question, school board members. Why was this training canceled? Really? Why was it really canceled? And what is the school district fearful of? Historically, we know that our elected officials should confront fear and steadfastly go with solidarity and truth. Teachers need to teach hard truths and history. It's up to you to allow them the sovereign authority and let them use their education with their students using the tools of integrity, trustworthiness, and fairness. Teaching the truth is not terrorism. It's the livelihood of democracy.
Hi, I'm Jen Gritman. I'm ATA co-president. I'm also a 6th grade English and history teacher. And I know that we're here asking you for a big, gigantic, it's a big, gigantic ask, what we're putting forward to you. Teachers want to provide what these students are asking for. And, you know, as ATA co-president, I'm able to talk with CTA members across the state. I have friends from other districts that have been placed on administrative leave for having a board book, A is for activism, in their classroom, and placed on it. administrative leave for an entire school year. And I know that we think we're in a bubble here and we think we're safe here, but teachers are scared and feel that we're one community member away from being there. We're on shaky ground. We've never been in these circumstances before in the entire time I've been teaching, which is 27 years. And it's really hard to feel like you're in a place where you can't provide students with what they're asking for, but that we're fearful for our jobs, for our livelihood. So we are asking you for help and for putting things in place to allow us to provide these students what they deserve. Thank you.
Fine.
I broke my foot doing it at a community event, so
Ow.
it's for a good reason at least.
Take your time.
All right. And give me one moment. So, I've spoken before you before. There's actually a letter from a community member that I'd like to read because he did an excellent job putting this into words. So to the Albany Unified School District Board of Education and Superintendent, thank you. Thank you for striving for a fair and effective policy for tackling controversial issues in AUSD settings. I'm an Albany resident with Jewish heritage. My son graduated from Albany High School in 2023. I've been horrified watching how pro-Israel groups have twisted the concept of anti-Semitism beyond all recognition. Billboards accuse anti-Israel protesters of sinister motives. Students are deported. Faculty and cartoonists are fired. Entire universities submit to federal government control, all because some politician or cultural leader accuses them of anti-Semitism. Please help AUSD affirm that it's okay to criticize the brutal violence that we read about in the paper every day. When violence is committed by ISIS or Myanmar, we talk about it regretfully but straightforwardly. Nobody worries about bias. Nobody demands we present both sides. We don't need to ask permission before pointing out that these groups' targeting of civilians violates international law and human decency. It should be no different when we talk about Israel's crimes. Hearing facts about Israel's savage conduct may make people uncomfortable. It's important to discuss this and look for a way forward. Occasionally, a student or teacher may feel personally threatened or attacked, and restitution may be needed, but that's not the end of the world. Our fight against bigotry in all forms is an ongoing process. We will sometimes make mistakes. The solution to racism or anti-Semitism is conversation and engagement, not censorship and punishment.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Do we have any more comments? Go for it.
Hi, my name is Sage. I'm an Albany mom. That's my kid right there. And I just want to say I'm very proud of her, and I'm also proud of all of her friends. Hang on, I was writing some notes as I was sitting here. I wasn't planning on saying anything. I just wanted to help fill the room because this is something I believe in, and help get the kids here because this is something they believe in. So I just want to start this off by saying I was a kid during 9/11. I remember what was going on in school. Well, actually, on 9/11, I didn't go to school. I lived in LA. My mom was afraid to send me to school that day because she didn't know who was attacking, what was happening. There was a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear mongering. Every time you turn on the TV, there was a reason to be afraid or be, of people living next to you, people with different skin colors. I had a 7th grade history teacher who just spit nothing but anti-Muslim hate, and it was crazy that that was allowed to happen. So when we take this, we take teachers that are, back then when it was different, teachers could just say whatever they wanted to the kids, and that was just kind of how it was. It's different now. But both are extremely harmful because the teachers are being stifled. Misinformation and no information, that might as well just throw it all in the garbage. you know. So one thing I think is that it's very harmful for there to be misinformation as well as no information. Teachers need to be allowed to inform the children of the facts and be allowed to help our children use their critical thinking to form their own opinions. We're not here to tell them what to think. We're here to teach them how to think, how to use their own minds. Reading about World War II as a kid, I always knew I would have hit Anne Frank. I know she would too. Never again is happening right now. Anti-Semitism is unacceptable, just as much as Islamophobia is. Silence and neutrality only benefit the oppressor. We're handing the planet off to these kids. Let's do right by them, please. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone, for your comments. Do we have any more? I'm not seeing any more, so we're going to start our discussion, but I just want to say that all of the comments have really underscored the necessity for the conversation, so I really appreciate you all being here and sharing your thoughts. Right, so we are going to figure out how to address this, basically, and what our priorities are in terms of what direction we want to give, and anybody wants to start? Feel free.
I'm going to cold call some people. I want to hear from a couple other students in the room, just what you guys are closest to it. It affects you most of all. I want to hear what you guys have to say and what you've heard and what you've talked to other students as well about the subject.
Thank you for asking. So it's kind of my opinion and also opinion of some students I've heard and talked with that honestly kind of runs a little bit counter to what's have been said in this meeting. And so I'd like to start off by acknowledging that. But in the acknowledgement that my responsibility as a student trustee, I feel it would be my duty to say this, so I'm going to say it. So for the current policy, policy 6144, controversial topics, I've seen some staff not following certain parts of it. Specifically, instruction shall be presented in a balanced manner, addressing all sides of the issue without bias or prejudice. And then also, teachers act on behalf of the district and are expected to follow the adopted curriculum. In leading or guiding class discussions about issues that may be controversial, a teacher may not advocate his or her personal opinion or viewpoint. And so, of course, I have some thoughts about this, but I think the main thing I wanted to bring to this discussion was that the manner and subjects that teachers instruct can have a large impact on a student's belief. And so, as the superintendent mentioned earlier about like indoctrination, I feel personally, and with the other students I've talked to, that a renewed reminder to staff might be appropriate, talking about sharing viewpoints. And this is because I would appreciate staff sharing either balanced information or both sides of an issue, the same way all topics should be covered, just as in the actual curriculum, when the issue is relevant to the class subject or brought up in class. And of course, also mentioned before, balanced or both sides are kind of vague. And so again, I feel that students should encourage students themselves to discuss and collaborate on these topics rather than teaching these controversial topics, especially since these topics are constantly changing and evolving because they're current issues. So I feel like it should be on the students themselves to come up with these opinions. And so I just encourage that the staff just focus on, promoting that critical thought. And then additionally, I've heard students making statements asserting that they believe they would receive better grades for certain viewpoints, which feels kind of counter to point 4, which is students shall be assured of their right to form and express an opinion without jeopardizing their grades or being subject to discrimination, retaliation, discipline, etc. And so to amend this, I also would appreciate an encouragement of staff to foster an environment where all beliefs are heard and considered without fear of retaliation. Thank you.
Helpful, thank you. Trustee Shepherd.
So just from the PowerPoint, some stuff that I was, I thought after listening to it, one of the points was build empathy and respect. And last year in my history class, a lot of different current world events happened, and my teacher had a very hard time speaking on a lot of different topics because of fear of their job. And like as a student being in that classroom when you're hearing your teachers like be reluctant to like speak about a topic, like that feeds into your mindset and like has you view a topic more reluctantly too, sorry. Sorry. I feel like teachers need to be supported to talk about controversial issues so then students feel comfortable exploring them and investigating them themselves, because if we hear our teachers just like not want to talk about it or fear of their job talking about Palestine, like it's going to feed into all of us too. And then, yeah, that's it for right now.
Thank you. And one thing I just want to add is that, you've brought up a really important point, which is enabling teachers to teach students. And so I think we're dealing with sort of the two issues here, one of which is about our professional development, and one is how teachers then talk to students in their classroom. And one thing I would really like to look at the district level is who is responsible and who gets the ultimate say in staff development. Because my strong feeling is that should be up to the superintendent. If the superintendent organizes staff training, I just don't think that should be something that the superintendent is pressurized to postpone or, anyway, it's something that concerned me about the cancellation of the Paseo training, was that was something that the superintendent had looked into very deeply and robustly, and it wasn't just a sort of random find an organization. It's a very thoughtful decision, and it concerned me that we had backlash, effectively. So that's something for us to consider, is how we trust the superintendent to organize that kind of professional development, and also assume that our teachers are critical thinkers enough to have that professional development and interpret what they discuss themselves. We entrust them with our children, so I would like to think that they can be entrusted to be critical about that. Anyway, that's just one way of approaching our conversation, is do we want to look at professional development separately and a classroom piece separately in terms of how we direct the superintendent to move forward with, we look at it.
Can I ask so I'll ask a kind of question of the board in general. So what do we want to view as success for this conversation? Because I think, obviously this is a challenging conversation. I think, and I am under no illusion that we are going to solve it in the context of 20 minutes at a board meeting. I think, so I'll put out what I think success looks like so that we can at least, and feel free to push back because I'm not just trying to get out of the blank sheet of paper problem. Which is if we can get the key points of view out on the table, and then I'm going to assume that from a policy perspective, we'll go back and look at what I think there's really, in my mind, there's a couple pieces of it. Are there changes that need to happen from a policy perspective? And then I think there's a question about the operationalization of that policy. And so I'd like to make sure we get all those sort of topics on the table so that we can then give direction to, quite frankly, the board policy committee, as well as the superintendent, to figure out a recommendation on next steps. Does that sound reasonable? Because otherwise, I'm just a little worried we're going to spend a lot of time talking about something, not getting to an endpoint. Does that sound reasonable, not to dominate the conversation?
I think that's a good idea. So as you said, people can just on the table, whatever their top of mind.
I'm happy to start just blabbing and see where it goes. So first of all, President Hopwood, a full agreement. I think we should think about this as on two different tracks. I think there's something different that's around professional development and teacher education and staff education that's different than student education. And so as I read the policy, or as at least I internalize the policy, it's really focused on student education. I think whatever we do, we need to prioritize student safety. I think we've heard that loud and clear. I suspect that there's no disagreement on this, not to speak for everyone, but I suspect there's not a lot of disagreement on the board for that. I think we need to acknowledge that regardless of what we do, Students are going to be talking about this, and ideally, they're going to have a safer, more robust conversation in a classroom setting. And ideally, educators are going to attempt to create a safe space to discuss those facts and acknowledge that there are different points of view related to those facts, but have a conversation that is healthy and respectful and all sorts of things. And I do think at some level that's actually in the current policy. Different guidelines for different grades, that is in the current policy. I will say that, so I've talked, so small sample size, like I've talked to a bunch of teachers. They don't feel really well supported to have these conversations. And I think we need to be a little bit transparent that we're not talking necessarily, I think we're talking about backlash primarily from the community and a concern about lack of support from the district. At least that's what I've heard. And I realize, I apologize if I've offended anyone. I'm painting with a broad strokes based upon what I've heard. And so I think we need to recognize that this isn't something that's necessarily, unfortunately, it's not going to get solved by a policy coming out of the central office or the district, because what's happening is people are feeling threatened not just by, people are not feeling threatened necessarily by what's happening from a district perspective, they're feeling threatened by the fellow community. I'm seeing some nodding heads, so hopefully I've gotten a little bit on the right track on that. I wrote down that I'd like to ask our community to be more trustworthy and act with good intent, and geez, I didn't even think about it, though I wrote that, I told my whole Vermont story. But I'm not naive. I recognize there's a complete lack of trust in our community, and that's not something, to be honest, I'm not sure we can necessarily solve. I will say I'm sort of comfortable with the current policy. I do read it not that everything has to go to the superintendent when there's a controversial issue. I read it as designees, which my understanding is largely principals who are our instructional leads on sites, and I am comfortable that I have complete faith in our teachers. However, I do think having a modicum of controls to make sure that there's at least some sort of visibility to what's being said and a little back and forth to make sure that things are actually happening in a balanced way where that makes sense for controversial topics. That seems reasonable to me, so I was a little surprised to hear that as some pushback in some of the comments. And I guess the last thing I'm going to close on, and then definitely we'll cede some time. I want to make clear, like I'd rather have these conversations than avoid having these conversations. Like, it's super critical that these conversations occur. It's unfortunate that as a community, we don't feel comfortable having them. And to Trustee Boyd's point, it's not just Albany, it's across the country, it's across the world. So I would encourage, I think this is, part of my read is I see less challenges from a policy perspective. I see more challenges from an execution perspective and having some courage to take some of those things on. So I rambled way too much. Somebody else say something, please.
I will be brief, but I agree that it's not necessarily a policy issue. And one of the notes that I jotted down is, I think in order to have the teachers feel that they can have the conversations, that one of the first trainings we should focus on is a generic training that teaches them how to do it. I mean, there were a lot of comments up here and they were good, like, let's focus on facts, let's show both sides. The truth is that these are really, really hard conversations to have. And like Trustee Boyd, I've had them myself with my own family. I have a mixed background, and there's all sides to what's happening, and they're hard. They're not easy conversations to have, and emotions come through. So I do think that if we can get through the policy, but also, look outside to other districts and find a way to help the teachers have the conversations with, again, more generic training, maybe not start with specifically an anti-Semitism training. I mean, obviously that's a big topic, but regardless of the topic, some of these are very, very hard to have. And I think we need to allow the teachers or give the teachers the skills more than what they have now, because I don't think these are unprecedented types of issues I think that we're facing right now. And
I agree. We've had a policy in place in the district since 1990 And it's not just this issue. We're kind of conflating, as it's obvious to do at the moment, this particular, Israel-Palestine issue with controversial issues. There have been others, there will be others, and it's really how we approach it. I don't have any issue particularly with the policy itself. I think it's more the sort of exhibit and the how we do it. It's the implementation, someone's already said. Any other board members have?
My notes are probably going to be all over the place, but I have lots of thoughts on this. I think I do think it's a policy issue because 2 years ago, as a district, the standing superintendent did inform us that we were not going to talk about this at all. And so I think that is something that came from inside the house, and so that's something that we do need to address. And that's something we need to look at. This was before your time, Josh. Sorry.
Sorry, I wasn't disagreeing with you. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I just wanted to make sure you didn't feel like it was coming out of nowhere. But so I think part of this also comes down to like what we as a district are actually supporting our teachers with, which includes some hand in creating certain curriculum towards this. Because when you're looking at the criteria and like just kind of this layers and layers of like what needs to be done, and if I'm doing that as for example, if I was a teacher and I had to look at that and I had to create all that, and then Josh is a teacher and he has to do all that, like that's multiple people going through the same step. But if we as a district just work on it together, it will save a lot of time, and there will be a little bit more uniformity. There will be a lot more transparency. We don't have to recreate the wheel for every single teacher at every single school site. I do understand we need to look at age-appropriate content, and that is obviously important. And but all the 5th grade teachers shouldn't have to go through this process every single time. So that's kind of like one of the things that I'm looking at. I think the other thing that comes to mind, especially like I have a lot of reservations around. I don't remember where it was, but in the slide deck, there was something about like making sure people's feelings are not hurt and such. And it kind of has a strong reaction for me because that is something that has been used to not integrate schools, to not talk about critical race theory, to not talk about abortion, to not talk about real life issues that are impacting people in real time. And that is the exact type of restrictions and limitations that have landed us to where we are in like a current, like a fascist government. Like, let's just be real. Special education just got cut like yesterday at the federal level. Like, there are so many things that are happening in real time because we did not have these conversations 8 years ago when we should have had these conversations. And I say that as like someone that was a college student at that time where we could not have those conversations without being targeted, without being doxxed, and so forth. I also want to say that even as a board member, I have felt scared to talk about Palestine and Israel because of being a visibly Muslim woman, because people already made prejudgments about what they thought or how they thought I might feel or how I might react to certain topics. And so even everything that I say, I've had to be careful about, which is like counter to what we should be encouraging in schools anyways. The whole point is that we be able to have critical conversations. And it's not just specific to the topic of Palestine, but really like any and all of these topics that I mentioned earlier are things we should be able to have conversations about. And these are things that have existed long before like 2 years ago. And we have created models to talk about Japanese internment, to talk about 9/11, to talk about slavery and all of these different topics. And I don't understand why we're overcomplicating things when we have had the tools and the resources. And I understand there's real valid fear because I have felt that fear myself. So I don't want to like push anyone, under the, it's no one's fault, but also it is at the same time all of ours fault for not having thought about it from that logical perspective that we have had the tools to have difficult conversations for years. And we've only gotten better at them. And I understand that we might not have the perfect tools in this moment, but we won't get there if we don't even try. So those are some of the things that come up for me. I do think we should have the PD and staff training. And I also want to make sure that when we consider whether it's either incorporating this right into the actual board policy or having a standalone thing, but I think we need to have some guidelines around how a district will respond should a teacher be attacked for curriculum we approve, or, because that happens all the time. And it happens even when, you know, if a parent comes in and speaks about something that the teacher may have no control over. They thought it was just going to be a cultural presentation, but then it turns into folks talking about political things. Like, there needs to be safeguards so that teachers know that we have their back. Because if we as like board members or even, you know, adults, like grown adults, don't feel safe talking about this, like I can't imagine if my job was on the line. And honestly, even at my workplace, like I felt like I couldn't speak about it, and it didn't allow for a positive environment for any of us. And so those are things that I would really want us to consider, putting a lot of thought into how we're going to protect our teachers, especially if it's curriculum that we either create or we approve for them to teach, regardless of which topic it's on. There was more, but I've talked a lot, so I'm going to shut up.
Anyone else?
I appreciate your thoughts. Do you think, I'm asking clarifying questions here, like, I still go back to, I think this policy, so I'm going to take, by the way, full agreement that any edict that came through that said thou shalt not talk is not the right thing. I actually think this policy sort of contradicts that.
I should be clear, though, that that wasn't actually a policy position from 2 years ago. You referred to it as a stance or a position. It was not policy, just to be clear about that.
Right, it wasn't
about not
documented
talking about
policy.
it. It was someone's style, but it was not, yeah.
Which I just want to like, so, but that seems to indicate, again, I think we have a challenge of action and operation as opposed to a challenge of, more than a challenge of policy. Is that, I just want to make sure I'm reading you correctly. We have a challenge of action and operationalizing what I'm reading on 6144 versus that the controversial issues policy is fundamentally, I don't know, flawed or something like that. Like, I think my take on it, and again, I'm open here. My take on it is generally this provides enough safeguards that gives me comfortable that teachers can make decisions, that there's a way for a modicum of controls to happen within the district, and that structure exists from a policy perspective. But I think we're not doing a good job on, or my perception is we're not doing a good job on, is having, probably the wrong word, but I'll use it anyway, having the courage to stand behind it and act accordingly. Because if they're following the policy, there should be no repercussions for the teachers.
I would say yes and no, only because I think the safeguards for teachers should be built into this policy. I think, yes, like for the most part, the original policy, sorry, I had it pulled up.
Sorry.
I meant, I was going to look at the language, but I think there was a lot of good in the policy that is already there. But I think if we don't have like safeguards within it for teachers, even if you have this, I might not feel safe as a teacher still talking about a topic that you have given me the permission to talk about. And the reason I say that is because, like, yes, we did have a teacher that was let go. Whatever the, like, way you want to talk about that specific incident is not what I'm, like, referring to, but just the fact that, like, whether that was approved or not, I'm not referring to that, but just the fact that there was a teacher that was let go, and it still creates an environment of feeling unsafe that you cannot speak about what you think you should be able to speak about based on this policy. I think the other thing, gosh, I lost it, but there was another thing I was going to say. Shoot, it's not coming back to me. What was it?
I can ramble again, just give you some time again. Oh, go for it, Melissa.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Trustee Khan, if you remember the thing you were going to say, just cut me off and say it. It's going to come back. It is going to come back, though. Okay, so I just wrote a bunch of notes down as people were speaking, and again, just really want to honor and appreciate people being here, being vulnerable, being open, being honest. It's not easy to do. Okay, so in no particular order, I think that our teachers should feel empowered to tell our students that hate speech and hate acts are not okay against anyone. that our individual students should not be targeted in any way, should not have any sort of insults or anything like that hurled at them. Our individual students are not creating policy or not perpetrating crimes. Like, our individual students are just here trying to be students and young people and exist. So I think our teachers should be telling classrooms that that sort of conduct is not okay, regardless of what side you feel that you're on. And my heart breaks that, in addition to everything else that students deal with, that they have to deal with that sort of hate being hurled at them. The whole being balanced and presenting both sides thing, from an outside speaker's standpoint, I don't really feel like it makes sense so much. Like, I don't believe in coming in and saying just, sort of inflammatory, irresponsible, not fact-checked, certainly hate-filled stuff. But if you're an organization that exists to be against police brutality, I don't also want you to feel required to speak about, like, being pro-police. Like, I just, like, you can be about what you're about. As an organization, I think maybe two organizations should be coming to speak then, so that we can get the balance that way. For teachers, I do, and I appreciate what the student board member said, recognizing the weight of and the power that teachers have in a classroom. I do think it's important for teachers to be balanced in what they're presenting, because I wouldn't want a student to feel like, if this is my view and I'm writing a critical opinion sort of piece and I share this view, I'm potentially going to be retaliated against because my teacher's already been super clear, but they don't agree with the thing that I'm writing. So I do think it's complicated, and I do think there's a responsibility there that I don't just want to, kind of not pay attention to, because I do think it's important. I want our schools to be places where students learn to think critically and to have difficult conversations. We are horrible at that as a society, and I really would love for us to get better, and this seems like the best place to do that. I really appreciated the speaker who talked about fact and knowing what facts are. One of the absolute saddest things to me right now is that we have such a difficult time identifying what facts are. I feel like we disagreed before, but the fact that we can't even have common understanding of what the facts are now makes conversation almost impossible to get anywhere, and it's just a real tragedy. But I think when we talk about what are facts, and this I think would need to be a policy point, we need to talk about what sources are actually trustworthy and sufficient and what are not. Like, how do we establish what a fact is? But I do think we need to be clear about what is factual, what is actually happening. It's not all just, I think it's blue, I think it's red, like some things are fact. As far as like where these conversations should be taking place, I feel like there's something in the policy that talked about it coming up in the context of the curriculum or something like that, and I'm not really sure what that means or how that would make sense. I wonder about the idea of having current affairs as like a designated sort of topic that is being discussed in some way, and when we talk about our teachers being supported and also having like curriculum or some sort of understanding of what exactly they're teaching and talking about, like if we had current affairs curriculum that was perhaps, could be like agreed upon or talked about, so there's some consistency, so it's not like, oh, I'm in that class, so I got that sort of instruction. I'm not in that class, I didn't get to get that sort of instruction. I worry sometimes about consistency across our different teachers in general in certain respects, and so I feel like for this it would be nice if there were some sort of an agreed upon sort of starting point for these discussions that, again, would support consistency and also safety for our teachers and knowing that they feel supported. Okay, where am I? Oh, I'm curious as to what Newsom's anti-Semitism law requires us to do, and I don't know enough to know whether there are other ism laws or if this is the one. Because if this is the one, I have a problem with that for presumably clear reasons, and I just want to make sure that we're not going to change what we're doing because now all of a sudden we figured out that we need to be, against anti-Semitism, whereas we're not like talking about any of the other bad isms. Okay, current affairs I talked about. I think it's really important for us to be transparent. as much as possible, especially when, events that are scheduled are being canceled. I think we really need to be able to speak clearly about what's going on. At my own workplace, we had an anti-Semitism, Islamophobia talk that was scheduled that got canceled last minute, and the chatter about why that happened was that there were particular individuals with particular power who whispered into somebody's ear, and then it was canceled. And I mean, if that's what's happening and that's how we go, like, we at least need to own it and be like upfront about it. And if that's not what's happening, then we should explain why it is that we weren't able to have those sort of talks. Okay, definitely important for our teachers to have training and in a professional development sort of way, in a small way. When I've been a part of groups of people who are leading diversity, equity, and inclusion talks, there are certain facilitator trainings around confidentiality, around, not targeting any individual person, around speaking personally, not for whole groups of people, just different things like that. It's not the same as being a teacher, certainly, but that sort of training, I think, is a good jumping off point, and I know it exists, and I've done it myself. Important to support our teachers, of course. Okay. And also, Vice President Mahoney said this as well. I think that I also agree that there does need to be some sort of vetting around what teachers are going to teach in the realm of these controversial topics. I come back to police brutality a lot because that was a topic that I feel like we were able to actually talk about in most circles as a society. It was one that was particularly important and personal for me. If there were a teacher who had a certain sympathy and, wasn't presenting things in a way that I felt was even or fair or humanity supporting, et cetera, like, I would want to know that there was someone. Nothing against, teachers, but teachers are individual people with individual feelings like all of us are, and I would want to know that there was some, entity that was, like, talking about listening to these proposed topics before it's just kind of, a teacher decided to tell my child this thing. So I do think that process is important. And I suggested already about, my concern around the anti-Semitism law and what that means if it just sort of exists on its own. But if we're going to teach about anti-Semitism, we need to be teaching about Islamophobia. That, to me, is just obvious. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. One thing something to consider about support and guidance for staff. So how can the district ensure that leaders and educators are equipped to facilitate sensitive discussions, etc.? One thing Trustee Inglis mentioned was having some kind of staff professional development focusing on controversial issues in general rather than perhaps we were looking at previously, which was the Israel-Palestine kind of focused training, the anti-Semitism training. So I just wonder whether, that might be a good starting point, be how to navigate, whether that involves also anti-Semitism training. I don't know, but seems to me that would be a kind of foundational step, would be to have staff be supported. We've talked about vetting external organizations, which is something that was in our draft exhibit for this policy. That's something we can talk more about in board policy. Right now, it seems like a really onerous process that I worry would actually stymie again. If we start having committees to approve organizations, I can just see that being a really lengthy process, and it's not happening. So, something to bear in mind.
I would agree with that as well. I am fine with approval, but it needs to be simple and straightforward and tantamount. I guess the other thing I would add is we should think about what does the district need in order to be able to hold firm to some of these policies. Like, what is the thing that would give us the courage to do the right thing? And let's ask for it and say what that looks like so that we can actually move forward. That makes sense.
And then another thing that we were thinking of being part of this conversation was also how we create opportunities for feedback and for dialogue and with various members of the community. So I think we have a lot of future discussions. I'm not sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I forgot to say one thing, which is, at least I think I didn't say this. There is a difference between teaching history and teaching the present. It's just very different. And so, not that it's not as important, it's just much more complicated. So I just wanted to acknowledge that as well. I think it's important to teach and talk about what's happening in the present day too, but it's not as simple as just saying, we talk about slavery, you figured out how to talk about that. We still don't talk about it in the way I'd like us to be talking about it, but we can talk about it in some basic ways. But there are reasons why that is not as complicated for us to figure out how to talk about than things that are unfolding currently and changing, every day, every week. So I just wanted to point that out as well.
Any more comments? I'm aware that we still have some.
Can I kind of pinpoint a couple things? So I think two things are coming up as I'm listening to the conversation. One, I understand that the policy as it's written seems okay on paper. I think the challenge is, again, how do we implement the policy? And I think that not only are we trying to protect our teachers, but we also have to protect our administrators, because putting the administrators at the center of making these decisions can also cause problems for them. But also, the flip side of that is then if they are the decider, then how are we really truly making sure that we're not continuing to perpetuate harm? That's one. And I want to say that the other part is this is less about the curriculum that we adopt, because there is a process for that. The process for adopting curriculum, it comes to the board. Teachers spend time vetting it. That's a very lengthy process. The issue really is what's coming up when students need to and want to talk about things that they need to and want to talk about that are important to them, and the inability for us as a district to be able to hold that space for them to be able to talk about what they need to talk about. So it's less about, are we teaching the current events? Are we teaching history? I know for a fact that students, because I've spoken to students, say, I would like to bring this up, I don't feel safe or comfortable, and I don't know how to, and I don't have anyone to really talk about it with. And I would say that for many of our students, the people they trust the most outside of their family are their teachers. And so I do want to protect their teachers to be able to have those conversations and dialogues if they come up, without the teacher then being blamed for the conversation and dialogue when it comes up. So those are just some things I want to name. And I think for me as the superintendent, I'm also asking, I appreciated the question that you asked, Trustee Mahoney, or Vice President Mahoney, how can we do the right thing? And I think that's the challenge right now, is how do we protect one another and maybe be okay with a little bit of messiness as we do something that is really, the way I see it and the way I'm thinking about it is our students are watching us. And I want our students to be able to see us grapple with the challenges without creating more harm for each other. So how can we model that for them? So as I'm hearing kind of next steps, I appreciate that we have a much longer conversation to have. I hear some very concrete next steps around maybe some training around what happens when controversial issues come up. I still think there's some more clarity that we all maybe need to provide to our staff around what does that look like. And I'm being honest and vulnerable and sharing, I don't know what to do with this. And so I really do need the support.
Thank you for that. Go ahead.
Just one thing I wanted, thank you, Superintendent Stone. I wanted to sort of offer in response to that a bit, that I feel like there is also a request for teachers to provide certain information. I don't think it's just that teachers are supposed to give space for students to say certain things. And I also feel like there is, I have two students who I love more than life itself, and they are young people and they're figuring things out, and sometimes they say something about all sorts of things, and I say, okay, well, I don't think that's exactly true. I mean, like, you know, I understand where you're coming from, but this is what I bring to this from however many more decades around, from studying this stuff, from whatever. And so I do think it's important for teachers to kind of be armed or able to offer something and not just listen to young people kind of say things. Again, when we talk about what is a fact, like what is, you know, like how do we sort of ground this in something, it's great to be able to share, and important to be able to share your feelings and your position and you know, your stance on things. But I would like our teachers to feel that they are in a position to be able to offer something as well that perhaps has the, you know, the benefit of their wisdom and their exposure.
Okay, so we should really be reaching the end of this agenda item because we have more to get through. Oh, go ahead, student.
Sorry, I've been wanting to speak for a while, but so regarding the kind of space for discussion, as a student, I've had the wonderful honor of having so many teachers, especially in my social science classes, who've been handling this very well. I think two great examples. One from this year, Miss Brooks, she hosts current events, but that's because it's AP Comparative Government. And so while the current events are usually more focused on either the course material or the course countries, I think the general structure of having a space to discuss, for example, like what the thing is, why it's important to you, why it's relevant to the material, that was something I really appreciated. But then also I acknowledge the fact that sometimes students want more. Sometimes they want to talk about sometimes like they ask for like what the teacher thinks about it, and that becomes like a tricky area. I think another example I've had was Miss DeHart, and she's retired now, but I had her my sophomore year, and I really appreciated how at the start of every class, she gave kind of like a space. She just stopped the class for like a minute or two and just asked, hey, does anyone have any questions about current events or like anything like that? And occasionally, it would get a little biased. Like I could tell that there was some like opinions there, but I really did appreciate the space nonetheless, because it felt like it was like an actual discussion, and I could, you know, learn something from it. And so, yeah, I think there are teachers already who are doing great examples of what we're trying to accomplish in the district. And so I wanted to acknowledge that, first of all. Additionally, I also agree that the vetting of controversial topics, like kind of teaching, like there has to be like something, because I feel like if you could just like let them go loose, that's like kind of questionable. And then I also believe that I actually kind of like the current policy as it is, 6144 controversial topics. I actually like the language a lot. I think that firstly, students should be prepared academically for their college and their career. And of course, Albany High School's mission statement mentions, of course, making like students who are able to critically think, and then students who are able to become developing citizens. And so that's also really important. But I think being able to handle controversial topics and then think critically needs to be done in a space that is first and foremost safe. I think that the current policy kind of encompasses everything I kind of wanted out of it as a student personally, and this is my personal opinion, and the student opinion of some other students, but of course there are many other opinions in this, reflecting the diversity of our student body. And so I think that I agree with some things previously said about how the policy's language isn't necessarily the problem most of the time. I think it's more so how it's followed, and then also equipping staff with the tools and the training necessary for following that policy properly. So again, I really, really like the teaching just generally how to handle controversial topics. I think that's really, really important. But yeah, also just giving more space for students to discuss it, because I mean, students of course want to hear from their teachers, but they also, honestly, they just want to talk about it sometimes, and I think that giving the space for that is going to be really, really important.
Thank you. Trustee Shepherd.
I agree about how it's important that our teachers like facilitate the space for us to feel comfortable to talk about it, but I also think it's important that our teachers are also teaching us about it, because like school's a place for us to learn, and maybe there's something at home that contradicts how kids are able to talk about it at home and how they learn about it at home, so then school's the place for it. So it should also not just be, oh, it's a safe space for you to talk about. It should also be like you learn about it.
Thank you both. Those are really excellent points. Thanks. So if there isn't any more discussion.
One really quick comment. So we're talking about the policy being okay, but operationalizing it is a problem. When we're talking about just finding training to teach teachers how to facilitate these conversations, which I do think is important, I think the district and superintendent can absolutely be trusted to do that. I would, in our policy or in our item here, it says committee review, and I wonder if that's a place where we bring in Ms. Brooks, who's a teacher from the high school who's teaching subjects that are related. If we bring in a small committee, maybe the history teacher from AMS, like bring in the teachers who are on the front lines as part of the review when we're looking at the training that's actually about the topics. Like if we are going to bring in training for anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, have some input from them as well on this, because we have committee review here, but we haven't defined the committee. And I do think we need to bring teachers in for that part if we can do it quickly.
I have one last one, sorry. I'm looking at the board policy as well, and I wonder if under section 8, we potentially want to consider, because we have like some exceptions around conversations of sexual health and HIV prevention, et cetera, and how parents can be notified. I know there's opt-out options for certain things, and I wonder if that's something you want to consider as well. Not you as a superintendent, but just us as a board want to consider, because I think there are always going to be topics that somebody does or doesn't agree with, and I think that could be a potential way to ensure that we don't have to cancel something just because someone doesn't want to hear it.
That's already actually in the exhibit, the draft exhibit in step 3 about family notification and opt-out.
What page?
Which just the.
Oh, you're talking. Wait.
At the exhibit. So draft exhibit. So it's basically like the how to implement. So this is where we talked about the review. No, you're fine. Yeah, just right here. I was just going to mention it instead of showing you that it's actually been thought of in the draft.
Oh, okay, I see it.
Yeah. But also, as Trustee Inglis just mentioned about the review committee vetting, and we were just, Vice President Mahoney and I were talking about whether maybe committee step would be too onerous and perhaps actually really stymie efforts again. So I think the exhibit is something we need to talk about more in perhaps board policy, and everybody can come, obviously. Would love more input. But as far as immediate steps.
And I would also say it should be explicit. I think there's an explicit difference between policy on this topic for students versus teachers and administrators.
Yes, absolutely.
I think they should have very different sets of controls around them.
Yeah. But as far as direction, I think really everyone's in agreement, but we were talking about some kind of soft development, basically, just to try and feel like we're making some kind of progress in this, because it feels like we've really halted, haven't made it. I would say that's number one. And we.
I also wanted to mention that on such a committee, I think we as students would really appreciate if there was some kind of student representative on that as well.
So I think this is a question for whether there is even a committee step in that exhibit piece, in that implementation piece, but absolutely, and we'd also appreciate any students coming to the board policy committee too, and we will keep everyone informed of like next steps for sure. I think we need to adjourn this item because we still have more to get through in our agenda. That's okay, and I feel like Vice President Mahoney said initially, we're not going to solve it all in one discussion session, unfortunately. So is that all right if I move on now to our second discussion item, which is update on the security camera systems project at AMS and AHS. I don't expect quite so much interest in. Thank you. We have CBO Wu is going to. Thank you so much for coming, everyone.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, executive assistant to the superintendent. I'm here to provide an update to you regarding the security camera project for AHS and AMS, primarily because this has been a conversation that's been going on, I think, for some time. 2023, there was a safety audit, and there was also like a 2022 security audit, which both identified a need, for us to actually improve our security cameras on both of those campuses, particularly as a higher priority. With that said, you know how it goes, like sometimes, we have separate conversations in one group, another separate conversation over here, and then it feels almost like the project itself is a little bit disjointed. So what we've spent actually a lot of effort on over the last few months is actually trying to bring together all of the groups again to have the conversations with the group. Because one of the most important things that we need to be clear on when we're honestly entering into any contracts and bigger projects is to make sure that the scope to the school district is super clear, the cost is super clear, and then also the time frame on when we expect to complete the project is also super clear. So with that said, we've gotten follow-up updates with regards to our advisors and the vendors that we've actually contracted with. You have a timeline here. I don't have a pretty presentation for this part, but there's a timeline on the agenda that basically shares with you where we are and when we expect the project to actually be completed. And so with that said, we expect during the summer, the upcoming summer in 2026, from June 5th through July 31st, we anticipate that the installation will be completed at that time, and there's a punch list of training that's supposed to transpire with that subsequently after. So we just wanted to make sure we have an opportunity to also share that out with you with the status update, particularly because the conversation's been going on for a couple of years, and just want to be sure that we're also hearing any concerns you may have or things that you may want us to also consider as we're going back to the table with our vendors to go out with the formal bidding process.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Is this a typical timeline? This seems quite lengthy, doesn't it? So I'm just curious why we're sitting in October looking at installation sort of, 9.5 months away. Yeah.
The most important part is making sure that when we're engaging in a project like this, which is going to involve some form of like construction, is the least disruptive to the classrooms, which is why from this point on, where we're going through like the whole bidding RFP process, we won't be ready to actually start constructing and making the changes on the facilities until the summertime.
So it's expected to be a really disruptive installation, is that right?
There will be some disruption for sure, because as they upgrade all the hardware, the wirings, they may have to remove some walls to put new wiring in. It can be disruptive, and we want to make sure that that doesn't occur during the school year.
That's good to know, thank you. Anybody have any? Oh yeah, that's true. Anybody here have a comment about this security camera systems project? No. Anyone on the board have any more questions or comments?
I have a question or a comment or whatever. So we do a lot of work over the summer. How do we think of, and so great, I get we can't move this any faster because at the end of the day, you can do it and there aren't. How do we think about prioritizing all the things that we're doing? I know there's, in some cases, we've planned to do work over the summer and it hasn't come to fruition for whatever reason. I'll just leave it at that. But as we think about the collision of projects that are all going to have to take place over the summer, for lack of a better way of saying it, how do we ensure that we are either A, doing the right ones if there's going to be a constraint, or B, how do we ensure that we make sure we can do all the ones that we think we want to approve and not drag it on for another year to be dramatic?
The goal is to not drag it on for another year, that's for sure. But one of the things that we recognized here too is that we have a lot of processes that could use improvement. And the prioritization, the form of where the requests are coming in to our maintenance and operations team is in different angles and it's not consistent. So one might send an email, one might make a phone call, one might send a text, and then you might have one project where all three is used, and then there's pressure on our team to feel like they have to fulfill that, even though that might not be the highest priority. So number one, the existing projects that have had conversations going on for a very long time, we want to prioritize getting those completed. Secondarily, we're also working with our M&O team to actually implement a process for making a request and a review process with the executive team to ensure that really that is the highest priority. Is it moving that cabinet that's going to be a top priority? Is it making sure that we actually fix some doors? That's top priority, right? And we don't want that to be piecemealed as it kind of has been, and it puts unnecessarily pressure on the staff. And so that's what we're actually moving towards, to prioritize projects for the summer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any questions or comments from the board? No, so we're going to move on now. That was a discussion item, but I think it's still going to be CBO Wu for the next item, which is the fiscal year 25 to 26 October budget revision.
There's a couple of supplemental handouts I want to give you guys. That's actually the deck and also the supplemental spreadsheets in case you want to reference it.
Great, thank
hard copies.
Great.
I'm going to try to use this clicker again. There we go. All right, so we're on October 14th. The time came around really quickly. I think I point it here. There we go. So with that said, this is a reminder of like typical reporting cycles that we go through throughout the year. First interim is the next formal official budget revision process that's coming up. That's due to the county December 15th. But as promised, we wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to come back in October to give you guys an update with regards to where we think our budget is headed for the current year. If we turn back the clock, what did we say back when we were adopting the budget in June? So as I mentioned in previous presentations, adoption of the budget is actually more speculative, and that's primarily based off of a set of assumptions that we know at that point in time. The governor hadn't officially approved his own budget yet, but based off of what they think that they're going to provide to us on those assumptions, we go ahead and make our best projection that we possibly can with the information provided. So at that point, enrollment drives revenue, revenue drives our costs, right? So we were projecting 3784 for enrollment. Our ADA percentage was about 95.76%. That was to generate $68 million in our general fund, and our expenses were projected to exceed that by $1 million. Fast forward to October, which is about to be November, and then December. Our current enrollment right now, we are still scrubbing the enrollment data. We have CBED's data, the census data, that's actually required to be reported to the state at the end of this month, which will actually support our first interim budget revision. But we wanted to share an update. We are at 3764 for enrollment, 96.5% ADA. Typically, so if you look at the adopted versus current, our ADA is actually higher. And the ADA is actually driving that LCFF revenue. For the time being, however, we didn't really make any modifications because typically at the beginning of the year, your attendance levels are higher than towards the second half of the year. So with that said, the revenue that we've revised our budget to expect is $69.7 million, and then our expenses are growing to $74 million. So of course, oh, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, but so with the, well, I realize you haven't, and if you can't say it, you can't say it, but I'm going to ask you anyway. If it doesn't hurt to ask. I realize that you haven't baked in the enrollment increase into the budget from a revenue perspective. Just to dimensionalize it, and I don't need an exact number, roughly what is the change to the LCFF if we get the higher revenue, the higher enrollment number, the higher ADA number technically?
With approximately 45 extra ADA, if that holds consistently throughout the year.
Caveat, feel free to round down, but am I talking about
factoring out all the disclaimers, you could be in upwards, depending on grade level, of an extra $400,000 to $600,000.
Great, perfect, thank you.
And so when you see a large red number, particularly minus 4.7 million, you might initially go into shock, especially if you are a fiscal person. But with that said, I'm not in shock, and here's why. I'm sharing with you right now the outlook of where we were when we closed out the end of last fiscal year, where we adopted our current year's budget back in June, and then where the October revision is standing. You can see, if I could take your attention to the revision column, the yellow column with variance, you'll see total revenues is actually projected to increase by $1.5 million, and that's particularly because we finally got confirmation on what our one-time discretionary block grant was going to be, and that's in upwards of like 1 to 1.1 million. So that's driving a majority of the increase. You notice I didn't change the LCFF data because the attendance that we have right now needs to be averaged out, and so when we finish scrubbing the data for the end of October, then we will report that update during our first interim revision. Going into expenditures, you can see I red circled the 4.6 million because I want to make sure that I'm highlighting and acknowledging that yes, that is a negative number, but I also want to help understand why our expenditures actually increased. And so the reason for that is because we've closed the books now. So when the unaudited actuals are in place, we close the books, and we actually can confirm how much money was left over. And so with that said, we finished off the school year favorable, and so with the restricted grants, as I mentioned in previous presentations, must be spent down for that specific purpose. So you can't just leave that carrying forward year after year. So you have to put a plan together with the intention of spending that down. And here we separating out the unrestricted and the restricted again. So the unrestricted funds, friendly reminder, that's all you can use actually to set aside for a rainy day fund. Can't use restricted grants. So this is for your reference. And then so now when you see the two columns separated out, well, how much was unrestricted and how much was restricted? So when you take a look at that, the ending fund balance for the current, what we're projecting right now for unrestricted is $6.5 million. And for restricted is we're expecting to end the year with 1.2. So I didn't circle this part, but another row that says excess of revenues over expenses, if you could take a look at the restricted column, you'll see a minus 4.1 million at the end of the year, and that's in fact illustrating to me that we are doing our best to actually utilize the restricted funds that we have and spending it down for its intended purposes. I always like to reanalyze this, is to make sure that I keep talking about the rainy day fund. Well, do we have it? Requirements 3%. We still anticipate that we will have the 3% reserve for economic uncertainty. In addition to that, we're also setting aside an additional 2%. So with that said, you could see what falls out then that becomes available for spending on an actual rainy day is that 2.8 million. This is just a quick summary of all the funding sources where we closed the books and what was carried forward that's considered restricted and that we need to put plans together to spend down. The highest you can see here is the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. I probably should have spelled that out, but everybody calls it ELOP. So the 1.2 million that we have there is in fact the funds that was carried forward that's expiring at the end of June. So I wanted to bring that to the top. We have been working with our after-school program providers and our academic team with regards to making sure that we have a plan in place to make sure that we are taking advantage of this one-time balance that's carrying forward that's set to expire. Perspective on the reserves, just a reminder, the cap is supposed to be 10%. We're purposefully setting aside 5%. The state mandates a minimum reserve. There's a lot of economic uncertainty out there right now, particularly at the federal level. We've gotten, wind that, because of contractual reasons, our federal funds for the current year are actually not at risk, but that's not to say that might change actually for the following year. So it's always good to continue practicing and monitoring what's happening in our economy. So for next steps, my favorite part is looking at the first interim budget revision that will be presented at the board meeting in December. And we'll continue to also monitor and provide updates as we're aware of it. Any questions on the October revision?
Any board questions first before public comment? Oh, any public comment on this fiscal budget revision? No. Okay. Any board comments? Oh, go for it, please.
I'm going to make a quick comment to say that I am listening and paying attention to what you're saying, so that the fact that there's no comments or questions does not mean that, a glaze over is happening. Sometimes I feel that, like, I have such a wall around understanding our budget that I feel that I'm going to come and sit down with you at some point and just ask, like, stupid considering how many times I've learned about the budget questions. So I'm going to do that with you, and I am engaging with the budget material. And thank you for a wonderful and wonderfully clear presentation. It's just that there are certain things that I still don't understand after all this time, but we're going to talk about it.
Sounds good.
My comment would be thank you for this little unconcerned, this person here, the don't worry piece, because I think I would have worried if that hadn't been thrown in, so I appreciate that. Seeing that red 4.5 million, yeah, otherwise would have been alarming. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to adjourn this item.
I was gonna,
Go ahead, sorry.
I have comments. So my read is 1.6 million upside in revenue versus what we were originally at.
Mm-hmm.
Staff and benefit lines are relatively flat. $600,000 increase in supplies, which I think is curriculum. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, primarily.
And another 850 in non-capital furniture and equipment. And the biggest change from an expenditure perspective that I saw is the $3 million increase in consulting, which is primarily special ed. Is that right?
It's contracted services and special education, but
Okay.
primarily contracted services.
Make it real for me. Yeah, go.
So to be real,
Yeah.
I just mentioned that we got the one-time influx of the discretionary block grant, which is like over $1 million. And so for the time being, like I was saying, as a part of common practice, school districts, when you're notified of your carryover and you're notified of your grants, you actually put that into your revised budget to make it known that it's available and that we need to develop a plan for the usage of that. So it's currently parked in services because the objective that they said, even though it's discretionary, is to focus on professional development and so forth. So we don't want to put positions with one-time funds, but we want to make sure that we're carefully thinking through what we intend to do with it.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful. I think one other request, and this may be a superintendent request and not a CBO request, but maybe it's a joint request, would be starting to think about areas of unmet need in these budget conversations, because I realize there's a line, you got so much money, and you've essentially funded so many people, projects, et cetera. There's always a bunch of stuff right around the fringe, and a lot of the conversations we have are around the things we wish we could do. And people don't necessarily understand the trade-offs we've had to make. In the private sector, I always talk about you don't just you can't afford to do all the good ideas. Unfortunately, you can only afford to do the best ones, and so you have to prioritize accordingly. And so as we start to talk about budget, which I think is super critical, and we talk about how we want the budget to reflect who we are and our values as a district, if we can kind of bring some of that color to the conversation, that tells, I think, the community choices we're making as a district. We're funding X over Y, and that might be, that's, in all likelihood, that's absolutely the right choice, but giving transparency to that, I think, can be helpful.
And if I could just add that the way that we will get that information is through our LCAP development and our site plan development, because our LCAP is basically the narrative of our budget, and our site plans are the narratives. And so CBO Wu and I are going to start to do some town halls around understanding how the budget and that narrative come together. And through that conversation, we'll be able to start to look at, why did we have to prioritize this over that? And how are we using student level data to make those decisions? So thank you for that. I have one question. Yes. So there's this long list of restricted carryover balances.
Yes.
It's a lot of money.
Yes.
So 2 questions. Do they all expire at different times, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay.
The one that's expiring the earliest will be the ELOP funds.
Okay. And the second question is, it's very specific, and I don't know if I understand how you guys are planning to use it and how the decisions are made, right? Because they are very specific. I mean, if we don't want to lose this money, are there specific plans in place right now to make sure that we capture all of these funds? before they expire?
We are definitely engaging more, actually, with our program and our academic side of the house with regards to discussing the available funds that are here. We've highlighted in terms of priority the ELOP, so we've spent a lot of effort actually working with our programs folks to make sure that we don't leave that on the table, since we only have until June to spend down the one-time funds that are carrying forward. With regards to the rest of them, they don't necessarily have like a succinct deadline to spend it by June 30th, but it is available. And this is actually helping us to create the conversations that we need in-house to kind of do some more planning with regards to where is the money currently budgeted? Is that the top priority that we want to leave it, or do we want to modify and navigate around that a little bit and reprioritize? And so we're starting that process now of doing that. Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is a tricky list because like the Prop 28 money, as I understand, just rolls. Like it's a 3-year, is it like a 3-year rolling thing? Mm-hmm. And so like that's the carryover now from based on the last year and a half or whatever it is, but next year it'll be different depending on what our spend this year. So it's,
yes.
There's a little bit I really appreciate the list, by the way. It's a little bit apples and oranges in there, so it's tough to kind of decipher, but this is, I think, the beginning of a really good conversation, so thank you for that.
Would it be helpful for us to perhaps put some of the end dates with this list?
I guess I might frame it slightly differently. Like I guess that would be good. I think the way I would think about it is, of this list, which are you most worried about not being able to spend? And of those dollars, do we think they're going to have a meaningful impact on kids? Because I'll be honest, so I suspect that you think there's both like spending dollars to spend the dollars. Yeah, we shouldn't throw it away. But at the same time, I suspect there are some of these things we think are probably more impactful than others. And so when I think about lists like this, I think about impact, right? I'm going likelihood to be successful with those dollars, and then obviously there's a timeline sort of thing. And so when I think about that, I would want to make sure that we're focused on the things that are going to have the biggest impact, probably have the burning timeline. That probably is the way I would sort of think about your list, sort of in the product space, you call it the RICE sort of a prioritization mechanism.
Could I also want to say thank you for preparing and presenting this list. I don't recall having seen it set out like this before, and it could be that I just get super overwhelmed when I see all the numbers all together. So that's definitely possible. But yes, exactly. A narrative is forming. But I just wanted to say I do. For me personally, I do think it's helpful to have this is going to expire like that sort of, or this is not, this is something that just sort of continues to roll. There are certain things, like, I don't know, when I see textbooks, I think about conversations we've had about diversifying the narratives and diversifying our narrative, the group led by our students, and difficulties around, okay, in addition to having to create curricula and all of this stuff, we also need to, where are all these new books coming from that were, just written a year ago or whatever, how do we make this available for our students? And I don't know whether, if textbooks is broad enough to cover, Reading Between the World and We by Ta-Nehisi Coates, love that book. I do, so I think that it would be helpful to me to see, we're gonna lose these various funds, because I think kind of all of this stuff, I think some things I have in little notes like, what does that abbreviation mean? Which, again, we can talk about. I imagine all, or if not all, very much most of what's on this list would be impactful for our students to utilize in some way. It would be nice to see, we're gonna lose our chance here, or we should keep thinking about it, but it's not going anywhere.
I was wondering what the AP and PSAT funding was, what that...
It's support to provide support in prepping, I think, for AP, PSAT exams. So there is it's not a huge balance, but it looks like it could be somewhat impactful. If we talk, I don't have a plan in place for how we're using that, but definitely that's something that I want to talk to Sarah and her team with regards to how to best utilize those funds. We don't want to leave that on the table. That also doesn't expire, by the way. Yep.
Any more comments or questions from the board? Go ahead, Michaela.
I remember at the end of last school year, we had like a study session about 28. And I was wondering if like any of those ideas were implemented, and this is like the new balance, or is this the same balance from that meeting?
It's a combination of both. This is the leftover funds from us closing the books at the end of last fiscal year, but I can tell you that in the current year, we have already developed a plan for usage of at least some of these funds. So this balance is not going to carry, you won't be expecting the same balance to carry forward every year. It's the timing of when we receive the funds. It was too late to really put together a program to best utilize the funds, and so we kind of got a late start on develop the plan on the use.
Well, sort of. I would say that what we discussed last year is what we implemented this year. So we increased the amount of music instruction and arts instruction in the elementaries, and every single school got a budget around Prop 28 to be able to use and increase the arts. So what we talked about last year was implemented. The issue was that we hadn't used all the funds prior, and so the rollover, but this isn't necessarily a balance. This is what we rolled over for this year.
Mm-hmm.
We are, as CBO Wu said, we are not going to have a large balance at the end of this year because we are using the funds.
And if I recall correctly, we were I hate to say late in spending the money. The money was not appropriated until, and from a bank perspective, until much later in the year, and many districts, including ours, didn't start spending it until
the following.
Essentially 1 year into a 3-year program, or a rolling 3-year program.
Yes.
Any further comments? Go ahead.
I know that Prop 28's funding is generally for like staff or like the kind of thing, or contractors, but I was wondering, this is kind of a personal thing, I guess. Kind of wondering, is AC in the art building something that's going to be used in like that thing? I don't know. Like, it's really hot.
It's a great question. It's a great question.
I'm pretty sure you can't use the Prop 28 money for air conditioning. There was a, like, I forgot the exact number. It's like 10% or 15% you can use for materials. I'm betting that's not covered in the AC, but
80-20 rule.
Unless maybe we can make a class where they sing an AC unit to life or something like that. I don't know.
All right, worth a try. Worth a try.
I did hear.
Might be good use of our bond money, however.
Though I heard a question in that about the fact that the art building does not have HVAC, and that is something that we are looking at, and is also part of the conversation around the facilities master plan. So there is discussion about that, and we want to make sure that that shifts.
Good question, though. And I'm reassured that everyone's being really creative with using these funds, like the ELOP funds, for example, and looking at ways that we can spend those grants. So anyway, thank you for all of your work on this. We're going to move on now to the approval of the consent calendar. We have something to pull from here. I'm just going to do that now before I forget, which is item C, approved board policy updates from CSBA. The policy updates that are in the agenda are actually just incorrect. They were sort of pulled over, exported in draft form. So I'm just going to mention the policies that we are actually going to be looking at approving rather than all of those that we're now not. Is that okay? So just for the record. So we will be looking, or rather to approve Regulation 3512 equipment. Exhibit 3512 -E brackets 1 equipment. Then Regulation 6141.2 recognition of religious beliefs and customs. That's the regulation, and then also the related policy 6141.2. And then also both policy and regulation 6141.3 42.1, sexual health and HIV/AIDS prevention instruction, and one more, which is Regulation 6159.4, behavioural interventions for special education students. So the other ones weren't intended to actually come consent calendar for approval. We need to do that in Board Policy Committee first. So we are just looking to approve, get board approval for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in total, both regulations, or regulations, policies, and exhibits. That's my only change to the consent calendar. Does anybody else have any they want to amend or pull on the consent calendar?
I don't have anything I want to pull, but I'm going to make comments, even though I'm probably not supposed to. No, well, I'm just going to note that we've got the special ed contracts is another $837K. And I know it's important, but I also know we've got a study session coming up on special ed costs, so I just want to highlight the importance of that. And I think I got a little bit of insight today from DBO Wu about the variability that we've seen in the budgeting around that. And so I appreciate that. But like I said, I want to continue to get a better sense of a handle around those costs, because they kind of, they're super important, but it's also untrivial amounts of money.
And I would actually, items E through J were all special ed amendments to contracts, and I think the frustrating thing is we approve the contract because it's a certain amount, and then suddenly we have an amendment which is actually many times more than the original contract, and as pointed out, the amount of that. So yeah, looking forward to the special education board study session in a couple of weeks. Otherwise, are we happy to make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the amendments that I've noted for item C? Anyone like to move? I can do it.
I move to approve the consent calendar with the amendments to the board policy changes.
I'll second. All in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
So that's the consent calendar passes. Thank you. Sorry, my mic isn't on. Future board meetings and agenda planning. Does anybody have anything to? Oh, sorry, we didn't have public comment for the consent calendar. The consent calendar. Yes. Any public comment for this? No. Nobody's rushing. Sorry about that. Sorry, getting a bit weary here. Yeah. So now future board meetings and agenda planning. Anybody have any items they would like to see on a future agenda?
We should have, I mean, I think we kind of explicit that we need to come back on the controversial issues topic. I think hopefully we got some good feedback, but also I expect policy changes to come through at some point. And then I'd love to hear how some of the operational thoughts or the implementation thoughts got implemented. Sorry if I'm not on mic. And then I think we should have a conversation about win time at some point, defining both what it is and then also how we're measuring and impacting those sorts of things.
And also be interesting to see what more comes from the governor on that board policy related legislation. Anyone else have items?
It's not urgent, but I know at some point we said we were going to bring ELOP back with a number of different. I feel like
It's kind of urgent. We got $1.2 million to spend.
I mean, but just I think at some point we'd want to review and look at some stuff around that as well.
Okay, it's helpful. Thank you. I've made a note. Right. So now are going to adjourn to closed session. We will be back, obviously, to report out. But our closed session. We will convene to discuss potential litigation, personnel matters, public employee performance evaluation, and the negotiations update. And we will reconvene after closed session to report out. Thank you. Okay, so we are here reconvening to open session at 10:02, and we took no action in closed session. And now do we have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I move to adjourn this meeting at 10:02 p.m.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So meeting is adjourned. Thank you.